and gratitude to commemorate the 33rd birthday observance of the great civil rights leader, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a man whose life, words, and sacrifices continue to speak prayerfully across generations, cultures, and nations. The theme for today's observance is, the time is right to do what is right. The time is right to do what is right. These very words spoken by Dr. King himself remind us that righteousness should never be delayed. Justice should not wait for convenience, comfort, or popular opinion. When something is right, the time to act is now. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stood firm for justice, equality, peace, and love in a time when doing so was dangerous and very unpopular. Yet, he chose courage over fear and truth over silence. He believed that every human being, regardless of race, color, or background, deserves dignity and respect. As a school, this message is deeply relevant to us. Doing what is right begins in our daily actions, in honesty, kindness, discipline, and respect for authority, and love for one another. It means standing against bullying, discrimination, and injustice. It means choosing integrity even when no one is watching. To our very dear students, you may think you are too young to make a difference, but Dr. King reminds us that greatness is not determined by age, but by character. Each time you choose peace over violence, truth over lies, and love over hatred, you are living out the legacy of Dr. King. To our teachers and staff, you shape minds and mold futures. Let us continue to be role models who not teach only with words, but with our actions, showing our students that doing what is right is always worth it. As we reflect on the life of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, let us ask ourselves, what is the right thing to do in my school, my home, my community, and my nation? And having identified it, let us not delay. In the words of Dr. King, life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? May this commemoration inspire us to be people of courage, compassion, and conscience. Let us rise today with renewed commitment, knowing that the time is right always to do what is right. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
What a beautiful sight to behold. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them. Like I said, this is a symbol of freedom, a proclamation of the fact that justice must always reign. That's a salute to the chairman, to our deputy chairman, and to all the distinguished guests on the high table, and to all our esteemed parents. Thank you, beautiful and amazing children. You can as well wave at them. Thank you. We have next to Pablo Puppies in a beautiful attire, waving with excitement. Thank you. And next after them we have the primary two. Primary two in their peculiar attires. Thank you so much. Next we have the primary three puppies. All elegantly dressed, beautifully dressed. Thank you, Jermaine. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them as they wave at you. As a primary 4 and a primary 5, all distinguished dressed. Every class is represented in the carnival clothes. Thank you. And then we have the SS1 students coming thereafter. SS1 students, which is graciously followed by SS2 students. I can see the culture represented. I can see the eagle. I can see the tribes represented. They are all ably represented. Beautiful sights. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them. I can see the yellow, red, green. All the houses are ably represented. The accuracy is beautiful. This is beautiful. Ladies and Please put your hands together for them.
When I was invited to deliver this lecture, I asked the organizers if I could be given freedom to speak my mind on the issue. I was expressly told I could do so. I thank the organizers for the freedom. I want to exercise that freedom offered me now. I can tell you that if they had told me otherwise, I will not be here today. I come from a community, the academic community, that cherishes freedom, and I must address you with academic and lexical freedom. I pray you enjoy my academic delicacy. If you do not, I offer no apologies. It is my style. I must also appreciate a father that I respect for several reasons. That is the Osama of Benin Kingdom. I cannot tell you all the reasons why I respect him in this simple lecture, but I can tell you one major reason. Because he has created jobs for thousands of persons with his investments. And the Benin Education Center is one of such. Let me also use the opportunity to challenge other rich men in Benin Kingdom to do so. Because the more of this we have, the more poverty will be driven out of our society. Lady Cherry Benedion also deserves special thanks. Behind every successful man, there is a woman. May God bless you for your good works. Ladies and gentlemen, let us remember today Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the apostle of conflict resolution through non-violence. May his soul continue to rest in peace. Let me go straight to the lecture. The topic is the time is always right to do what is right. I consider this topic very important if our society must make significant progress in all areas. Let me say unequivocally that the current generation of youths are disappointing us when it comes to doing what is right. If anything else, we are making progress on the reverse. I wonder where this country is going to. I only pray for these generations and generations to come. Our approach to this lecture will be very simple. First, we shall define what is right and also give examples of what we must do. Then, we should also offer practical suggestions on the way to the promised land. According to Frank Awano Practical Dictionary, right is something done in accordance with or conformable to moral law. Rightness, equitable, just, correct, true, accurate, and not mistaken. Ladies and gentlemen, and by extension our children here, the lecture affords me the opportunity to discuss with the leaders of tomorrow. The lecture is about you, how you can build your today to be great tomorrow. Your tomorrow starts today. Nations are not built overnight. You cannot succeed overnight. You must plan to succeed. If you fail to plan, then you have planned to fail. Success is about attitude, dedication, and focus. The Bible did not even say you can succeed only by miracle. It says God will bless the works of your hand. I am a practical scholar and a philosopher of reality. Even if you believe in miracles, you must work on your attitude. You cannot reap where you did not sow. I do not know your ambition as children today. However, I do know that you must work towards the realization of that ambition, and that must start today. You cannot intend to be a medical doctor and you are not working hard on science subjects. You cannot intend to be a lawyer without working hard on the relevant subjects. It is quicker, I must repeat, our children, you must listen to this. It is quicker to jump from a story building than using the staircase. But we must know that jumping has hazards. You either die or at best might break some parts of your body. I must say that from the information I have gathered about Igbenedion Education Center, the school is known for training children to abide by the high moral values that society requires of them. And I only advise that the institution should continue in this direction. I must also advise our children to take their studies serious. Let me make it clear that if you are serious with your studies, it is in your own interest. I repeat, if you are serious with your studies, it is in your own interest. My father told me this many years ago. I did not know until he died in 1997. Today I'm a professor, and the benefit is for me and my family. My mother also died in 2003. My parents are not here to benefit from my intellectual successes. Your parents will not be there forever. Therefore, your success is majorly for your benefit. If you do not succeed, you will also be the one to suffer. Time is limited. The best time to start doing what is right is now. Procrastination is the father of failure. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step. Think out something today. Work hard towards it, and the future will be bright for you. You do not wait for the future. You work the future out today by plan. You do not have to start big. Go and ask every big man today how they started. I'm sure most of them have small beginnings. I'm sure the Esama of Benin is a living example. You can rule your world if you are focused. Know what you want, go for it, and I'm sure you will achieve it. Do not be carried away by the successes of your peers when you do not know their source. Your peers might be involved in negative lifestyle. Do not wait for the right time. You create the time, and the time to start is now. Ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly define what is right. It is important before I go back to Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King's conception of a right society. What is right? I have a simple explanation, and I've told people severally. You do not need the Bible, you do not need the Quran, you do not even need the constitutions of the land to tell you what is right. What is right, your mind will tell you. I will simply say that what is right are all acceptable norms and values of our society. In this direction, my students, I admonish you to stay away from social vices, stay away from criminal activities, stay away from cultism, armed robbery, arson, examination malpractices, rituals, and other negative things. In fact, this is the right time to stop what is wrong. Like I said, what is right, your mind will tell you. When God created us, He deposited your conscience. It will tell you what is right. You don't need the Bible, you don't need any paper to tell you. Unfortunately, let me quickly say this as a professor of political science. One area in which the political elites and top bureaucrats in Nigeria, their conscience will never tell them that. This is the area of corruption. I think their conscience will never tell them that corruption is wrong. In fact, I've written several papers on corruption. At a stage, I said corruption is caused by poverty. At another, I said it is caused by greed. Well, I got to a third stage, and I said that corruption is caused by wickedness. And I defined corruption caused by wickedness as amassing over and above what you know your generations yet unborn cannot consume. And you are still amassing that way. That is corruption caused by what? Wickedness. But the day as I was driving down this morning, I had a brainwave. I said I should go beyond wickedness. Maybe I should pity our corrupt leaders. I'm beginning to pity them. Maybe it's not their fault. Maybe we should subject most of them to psychiatric examination. That is what I'm thinking. So, well, you are aware that I'm a professor of political science. And so let me quickly advise our political leaders on what to do to avoid violence. Because Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King preached against violence. And so this is my own suggestion to our politicians. They should engage in regular consultation. There should be an agreement on the grand norms. There should be a give and take philosophy. and they should know that no single person has all knowledge and information. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not be happy if I do not offer practical suggestions to our youths of today. This is because I do not believe in a Yahoo generation. Neither do I believe in a ritual generation. Let me pause to tell you this. I told one of my friends some few days ago, I said, look, it is a risky thing now. It's a big risk in Nigeria to have children. Now, but we must still have children. But I'm telling you, it's a risk. Because if you are not careful, they use you for ritual. And so, each time I have opportunity to interact with men of God, I tell them, this one you are saying, bind and loose, the enemy must die. Start from the house. Put it as a prayer point. May my children not kill me. So I challenge you today, as you go home, in your early morning devotion, say it, let their ears hear it. May this children not kill me, in Jesus' name. First and foremost, we can be self-reliant. The youth needs to tell you can be self-reliant. How do you go about this? Discover your talent. 2, organize your resources. 3, engage yourself meaningfully. And finally, be honest and committed. Do hard job. Finally, let me tell our youths, hard work will never betray you. Consistency will never fail you. Patience will never disappoint you. Discipline will never mislead you. Honesty will never embarrass you. Learning will never harm you. Growth will never stop rewarding you. Focus will never confuse you. Humility will never disgrace you. Determination will never leave you empty. Wisdom will never misguide you. Efforts will never go unnoticed. Integrity will never lose value. Purpose will never misdirect you. Self-control will never weaken you. Time management will never fail you. Truth will never need defending. Ladies and gentlemen, at the risk of being sued by lawyers here, I dare to say, I rest my case. God bless you all.
And Edgil presented to do the lay of the week. And the esteemed Director of Administration has just laid that. Thank you so much, Ma. I'd like us to keep clapping for them.
Please put your hands together for them.
We have been celebrating Martin Luther King in this very square. Can we just stand up and acknowledge vision and put our hands together and appreciate consistency to vision? Can we stand up and acknowledge this woman, this vision owner? Can we stand up and acknowledge persistence and commitment to vision? Because that is why we are standing here today, doing the right thing at the right time. Can we just put our hands together at once? Our dear Lady Cherry, my mom, we appreciate you. Celebrated for the past 33 years, and it's good that when we engage in any action or any assignment, we have understanding. We stand here today to lay this wreath in observance of Dr. Martin Luther King, being a symbol of the struggle against segregation in the United States of America through the non-violence movement. I want to also use this opportunity to remind us and to make us understand, like all the MC have been doing, that because of this great man, Martin Luther King, because of what he stood for, justice and righteousness, that is why students of Igbenedion Education Center, parents and Nigerian citizens can go boldly to the embassy of the United States of America and we are granted visa. Can we put our hands together to acknowledge that? I would like to welcome everyone to observance of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s Day with the theme, Mission Possible, building community, uniting nations through non-violence. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated on the 4th of April 1968 at Memphis, United States of America. Why? Because of his civil rights activity. At the time, there was segregation against people of color in America. The purpose of observing of Martin Luther King Jr.'s Day is to celebrate the life and the legacy of a man who brought hope and healing to America, particularly the African American. I trust God today that on account of some of our students here too, we will be celebrating something good. As our speaker has said, that your family will celebrate you as you stand too for what is right. Igbenedion Education Center joined the rest of the world today to commemorate the timeless values he taught us through his example of non-violence, courage, truth, justice, compassion, dignity, humility, and service that is so radiantly defined in Dr. King's character and empowers his leadership. I believe that this same trait today we can see in the life of our Deputy Chairman, Lady Cherry Igbenedion, and that is why we are here still celebrating Martin Luther King after 33 years. Can we put our hands together? This observance commemorates the universal unconditional love, forgiveness, and non-violence that drove his revelation spirit. Today, African American can live in society free from segregation, walk in freedom, and achieve their personal dream like every other American. This is because one man chose. This is because one man chose. This is because one man chose to be different by leading a non-violent campaign. At the time, it was thought impossible. So if you know that as a person, you yourself one fine day will continue to stand regardless of different opinion around you, you will stand to do the right thing at the right time. Can you put your hands together for yourselves? Thank you.
An emblem of freedom to other people around you. You must not allow yourself to be used negatively or to be an agent of injustice.
A famous Black American whose love for his people led to the loss of his life 6 years ago. He fought for peace, love, and justice. It's another great year today indeed, where we celebrate excellence and willpower. You can be whatever you want to be. Just believe in yourself. Joining in this great fight are some other great men and women. Those men and women who sacrificed their lives for a better world for humanity. Some of these great personalities were Queen Eden of the great ancient Benin Kingdom, Chief Obafemi Awolowo of the Yoruba tribe, a great nationalist, Sir Alhaji Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Nigeria's first president, Sikh of Africa, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, and Nigeria's civil rights activist, Rosa Parks, Africa's man of the millennium, Dr. Nelson Mandela, and the man himself, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. In the Igbenedion Education Center, this is a 30th commemoration. Globally, we're celebrating the 56th anniversary commemoration of his death. The great man once said, I have a dream. Remember, we had this program. Today, we have the privilege to anchor the program. I am the lovely Miss Aombo Moyekeme, and standing beside is no other than Miss Elizabeth Osagie. Ladies and gentlemen,
Let's relax and enjoy the theme of today's event, MLK 56. This is the time to do what is right. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome these young shining stars, the Montessori pupils.
Bringing up to the stage is the Montessori School for their presentation. Please, let's put our hands together for Igbenedium Montessori Primary School.
Guess our healing has begun. It's not too late, it starts with you. Little things can break through. Smile, bright, lift the friends. That's how the change begins. Peace, not violence. Love, not hate. Lift each other up. We all elevate. Peace, not violence. Kindness is the way. You can change the world. Starting today. Voice every face. Different stories, same space. Stronger together, side by side. Let's spread the word right. Share life multiplies. One by one we rise and shine. Small as turn into wave. Together we believe the world. Peace, love, violence. Love, not hate. Lift each other up. We all elevate. Peace, love, violence. Kindness is the way. You can change the world. Starting today. Peace, love. We rise. Enough is enough. Say peace. Say love. Together. We rise above. Peace, love, violence. Today we
free. In Venezuela, all are welcome with open arms. A place of peace away from all harm. The people here are so full with love and light, shining bright like stars in the night. A city that is built on truth and trust, with kindness and compassion. So let us come together and raise our voices, for this city is truly our greatest choice. Venezuela, a haven of love where hope remains.
And of Venezuela has been arrested by the U.S. government. The drama you are about to watch was how the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, was arrested. Before the United States arrested him, they've always been on the watch for that country, since they were initially sanctioned by them. This then led to serious suffering in the country, making millions of Venezuelans to flee from the country. Nicolas Maduro never lost the election. I was the winner. You need me? I know they need me. Don't you need me? Yes. God bless you all. I said, war is looming. So God, yes, so go and protect my territory. Go. I said, go, because I won't allow the puppets to rule over my country until I'm tired and whip the hand over them. Then my people know. Yes, sir. Venezuelans, this is not the time to fight back or be involved in any form of banter. This is because two wrongs cannot make a right. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Evil cannot cancel evil. And fighting fire with fire only spreads the flames. My decision not to react is not because I am timid, neither am I a coward. I decided not to be involved in any form of fight or confrontation because my quest for power does not want the blood of any citizen of my beloved country. Let's bear our hatchets and let God fight for us, because this injustice cannot be sustained. Justice must prevail. I say, justice must prevail. Thank you. Eating more than he can chew. He has crossed the line already, even while under sanction, and also keeping the American oil company. When the head is broken, the serpent shall bite. Lack of discipline shall bring disaster. When rules are broken, chaos reigns. Go to that capital city and bring me Maduro. And if he tries to resist, set his household on fire. Trafficking. You are coming to the United States of America with us right now. Of Venezuela, and I was captured from residence for doing nothing. I am not guilty. I am a decent man. This is the very first time I am being booked for crime, which I know nothing about. I was captured from my home in Caracas. This is purely a case of abduction, not arrest. Thank you, sir. My president has done nothing. Nothing wrong to be treated in such manner. It is often said, when you want to kill a dog, you give the dog all manner of bad names. Does it mean the dog has actually done wrong? The answer is no. My president has done nothing wrong. where political greed strangles hope and hardship that scares dreams. This war speaking not just to morality, but to courage. They remind us that justice delayed is justice denied, and that silence in the face of wrong itself a form of wrongdoing. This message is not just a wise one. It is urgent. It is a lifeline for a nation drowning in corruption. A battle cry for Nigerian who has ever wondered where things change. Now, now, you seen it. The man who died because the hospital had no power. The woman who sells after the rain doesn't feel their children. The young man shot aside just for simply looking like a young boy. Keep asking, when will Nigeria change? Now, because something has no expiring dates. Hunger doesn't wait for the right time. We are the giants of Africa, the land of China's wisdom. Bala boys fire, and a jealous them that makes the whole world fight. But yet our leaders treat us like beggars in our homes. $20 billion stolen from our money. Schools without books, hospitals without drugs. One day things will get better, that was holding that slogan. The time to be born for a better life is now. We deserve more than empty promises. Remember the hashtag enters protesters. They didn't wait for permission. They stood before God. That blood stained the like he told them. They chose the time to protest because freedom is never given. It's taking. What will you do? Your friends pray for better leaders. You can pray for a future. But yet there is the arch, King Gary and dirty water. Tomorrow better day, but tomorrow never comes. Even the Bible says everything has a season, but corruption has no season. Poverty has no calendar. The season for courage is now. The belief say, which means tomorrow is the end for tomorrow. Stop waiting, act. I said act. When the right actions are delayed out of fear or selfish interest, hardship multiplies and trust dies. Every moment you postpone justice, corruption grows bolder. Every moment you delay reform, poverty taxes its grip. Every moment you excuse wrongdoing, we teach the next generation that integrity does not matter. Doing the right thing in politics requires bravery. Now that the wrongdoing has become normalized, now is the time, not tomorrow, not after the next election, not when the conditions are convenient. Now, because the time is always right to do what is right.
Some days, There comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, it is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Since May 29, 1999, Nigeria has had 27 years without military interruption. And of course, that's the longest stretch that we have had in our history. Nigeria marked 27 years of uninterrupted civilian rule on June 12, 2026. And it is the day we commemorate the annulled June 12, 1993 presidential election won by Chief MKO Abiola. And in that regard, 27 down the line, we're going to be surveying and talking about the gains, the challenges, and the current demands of citizens to know what we have benefited 27 years down the line. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
If there should be anything to celebrate, is the gift of life. But for now, in terms of our democracy, there's no dividend to celebrate about. We got our independence about 57 years ago, in 1960, 1st October in 1960. And the democracy lasted for about 6 years, being truncated by the military government. In the First Republic, then the Second Republic started in 1978 and truncated in 1983. So in that Second Republic, at least Nigeria have a feel of democracy. At that time, we operated in the region, middle region. Then under we have Bende State that time. Those parties, UPN and NPP, they have manifestos. The UPN being headed by Abu Salih. And what are the first manifestos? Talking about free education, free healthcare, social welfare, and employment for everybody. And that time, I also benefited. I benefited a field. I was including those that have entitled to free educations, have entitled to free books. Then after that time, it was truncated by the military. In 1998, we got the Fourth Republic. From Fourth Republic till now, which make it 27 years of undoubted democracy. The people representing us are not representing the masses. The true democracies enthrone citizenship. You enthrone the office of citizenship. It gave us ownership. As of today, the 215 million Nigeria, we are not claiming ownership of Nigeria because the government is supposed to belong to the people, according to Abraham Lincoln. He said democracy is supposed to be the government of the people and for the people. If we must ask a question, even people that are listening to me, is the democracy belong to you? Does the power enforce to you? We're supposed to employ the people. But in 1999, or this Fourth Republic, so the democratic system, people that represent us in each of the parties, do they have a manifesto? Go and check. Harry S. Truman, the President of America, also told you, say, how do you know a democracy that is working and the one that is not working? He said nobody can get rich in politics. He said when the society, when the wealthiest and the richer people in the societies are politicians, he said that society is fundamentally corrupt. It's not democracy. What can we say we are benefited in Edo State or in Nigeria? And you know, Setman was kidnapped at Airport Road. No security. What offense was he committed to be in Nigeria? In Nigeria, were traveling for vacation in Kevel. They were deported, called green passport. Got a call from Tripoli. They say all Nigeria must go because of our green passport. So number one, true democracy is and true citizenship. Anywhere we go. But as of today, nothing to celebrate. And if I must give advice, any people that must come into the system, in those days for you to become a representative or candidate for any party, you must have something to offer, must be educated. But today, what can we say? Out of the 36 states in the country, how many governors can you say is representing actually the true color of the citizenship? Where your governance is never what the gate man that could be teaching your children. Go and find out the issue of Abu Saleh in his days. Nigeria, they benefited him. Go to the west, a lot of people feel them. When the government was toasted, do you see any Abu Saleh having the house? In present day, they go and see all people representing all the governors, even for the House of Senate. The bill they are passing to favor them, don't favor the citizens. So we need to advise our people. In 2027, actually, I'm still worried if the democracy can still work because the people that are in charge of the elections, who planted them, who mandated them, it's the same people. So I just pray that in 2027 we'll have a good democracy. But this 27 years of democracy, not to benefit. Not to benefit. I cannot, they are not to come to benefit. The only benefit we can benefit is the air we are breathing, which is given by God. all the political children that are university, the governor's children that are university. What can you talk about primary health care? Go to private government hospital. You can't pay the bill. My father retired as a military officer for 30-something years in the military. What does he benefited? But not today. People now this Fourth Republic. What we practice today is not democracy. We practice 3 types of democracy in Nigeria now, which are called not democracy. 1, we practice bureaucracy. 2, we practice lootocracy. 3, tifocracy. They borrow, they loot, and they use it for their family. That's what we are practicing today. That is why Harris Truman told us. He said you can't get rich in politics. And when the society is full of your wealthiest people in societies are politicians, he said that society is corrupt. So what we are seeing in Nigeria is corruption, nothing to celebrate apart from the gift of life. We just pray and hope for 2027 for a better country, so that the citizen who voted for the people, because the power belongs to the citizen. And when the government fear the people, there's democracy. And when the people fear the government, it's tyranny. Today, what are we talking about? Can you speak out? In those days, in America, we say we the America. We the America. Why? Because the power belongs to the citizen. Can Nigeria say we the Nigerians? When you speak against the government, before you know, they say so you would DXS and arrest you. So democracy belongs to the people. But in Africa, in Nigeria, it doesn't work. No need to celebrate. We hope for better country. We want transparent election. We want fairness, equity. We want security. We want social welfare. And the only thing we also benefit before, which was the subsidy, it has been removed to benefit the people on top. So if we can have a credible election, when the people were elected come through a rightful process, they will have interests of the people at heart, which have given mandates to the cities and the to the people.
We are not enjoying anything from the democracy. This is not democracy at all. Because why? The democracy we know before, you can travel around 3, around 4, around 5. People are no longer traveling through the land again. Everybody is not taking flight. It's not everybody that have money to avoid a flight ticket because the road is not safe. If you travel by the road, maybe in the 2 hours or 3 hours time, they will start calling your family for ransom. So we are still begging the federal government and the Edo State government to please, they should beef up this security so that we can be able to sleep with our 2 eyes closed. Well, we can still thank people like the OC Anti-Kidnapping and the DPO Urban Market and New Benin for still providing security to still make sure that people are still coming out to do 1 or 2 things. The OC Anti-Kidnapping pin it down somewhere in a black spot to make sure that they can solve most challenges that we are facing this period. At least we are still begging the Edo State government to please to mobilize people like the vigilante and the rest. Even as I speak with you now, people are dying somewhere. It's like there's an uprising in Nigeria just because our own zone is very comfortable for us. There are some places that people are running for their dear life. People are dying as I'm talking to you now. So we are still begging the federal government to look into this insecurity matter. Not only Edo State, not only Benin, everywhere.
I want to first say congratulations to Nigerians for 27 years of unbroken democratic or civil rule. Let me not say democratic rule, civil rule. Because to say democratic rule, you will mean that there are all the indices of a democracy are there. What I see here is we have had civilians in charge, no doubt about that. So we can say 27 years of unbroken civil rule, but to say 27 years of unbroken democratic rule, I would think that would be a stretch. A democracy actually entails a government by the people, where the people are the ones in charge and in power. The question is, in the last 27 years, have Nigerians been in power? How can we say that we have a say in what happens in our government? Because the government where those in charge can tell you that this is what will happen, and whether the people agree or not, it doesn't matter. I do not think that is a democracy that we should be celebrating as a democracy. How did June 12th come about? Because we are celebrating June 12th as our democracy day. They even mentioned the late Chief MKO Abiola and celebrated him, but they didn't mention the issues that led to Chief MKO Abiola being celebrated as June 12th hero, as democracy hero. The man is being celebrated because he won a very democratic process of election, a people decided election. He won that election, but the powers that be did not allow him to sit on his seat as the president of the federation, as it were then. So that is why we are celebrating June 12th as Democracy Day today, to commemorate, to remind us of that day, so that we make changes, so that when we want to go astray, we remind ourselves of what has happened before and what should not be allowed to happen again. Because these days, I see a lot of factors that are repeating June 12th every day. We repeat every time we want to do election, we do everything to frustrate the will of the people. And exactly what the military did then. We are only calling June 12th and celebrating MQ Abiola because it was a military government that frustrated the will of the people. What about the civilians that are frustrating the will of the people today? Have we talked about them? Are we dealing with their issues, how they are frustrating the will of the people? What about the courts? Are we also looking at how they are interfering with the will of the people? Because if we say the military interfere with the will of the people, that is why we are celebrating June 12th, to say it should not happen again. Have we put in place, machineries in place to say other institutions, other powers, other factors should not also interfere with the will of the people? Because presently you have cases where everybody is saying we voted for Mr. A, but when the court decides, you see even D, it will not even be B or C, you see D sitting there in power. And you begin to ask how he got to that stage. You don't know. It's factors that vitiate democracy have interfered with that process. So I think it's high time we look at those factors, correct them, so that people can actually be the source of power, not power being the source of power. Because what we have today is, once you win election, you become the source of power. You are the doer and say, oh, you are an emperor. We have emperor kind of system, government, where no matter what the people want, it is nothing compared to what the government says. For heaven's sake, if we were running a government, a people-powered government, a people-backed government, where people's will actually count, you won't be hearing of trillions of naira missing. NNPC cannot account for it. A senator will speak about it. That senator will be the one that will be vilified. Now, the entire Senate that is supposed to be the conglomerate of the people, the representative of the people, who will leave the issue, which is our missing trillions of naira that has not been accounted for by NNPC. The Senate will now concentrate on who's going to say it. How did he say it? He said it in a way that cast doubt that rubbish NNPC. A senator stood up and said, oh, NNPC is a representative of Nigeria. If you say NNPC is a thief, Nigerians are thieves. So that's what the senator was concentrating on. It's not the fact that trillions of naira, monies that is enough to take care of a whole generation of Nigerians, is missing. That's not what is bothering senators. What is bothering the representatives of the people who say they are the arm of the democracy, that represent the people, because the National Assembly, the legislature, is the arm of the government that represent the people. So if you say you are representing the people, as a representative of the people, would it be your place? Would that be your issue? What you should be worried about? That they talked about you in a defaming manner. They talk about NNPC in a defaming manner. And for heaven's sake, if you steal money, you do not have character to be protected. So this attempt to, don't defame somebody's character. For heaven's sake, if you steal money, you are a thief. If you cannot account for money that is placed in your custody, you should be called a thief, nothing less. That is the truth. If trillions of naira pass through your hand and couldn't get to where it's supposed to get to, for some reason or the other, it has not been accounted for, you are a thief. People should be allowed to say it. Until we get to that stage, we are not in a democracy. There's a place where democracy operates. You look at the person who is ruling and tell him you have not done well. You tell him, the people say you have not done well. That's where we say democracy is actually taking place. But when we have government that the government is the law, is the Lord, whatever they say becomes the law, it's a problem. So it's high time we redirect ourselves. No country has ever sat down to say, oh, let's fold our hands and pray. No country has done it. The way it is done, the government, the public institutions act with facts and figures and their hands, their tools. That's how they make progress. We have security challenges. The Minister of Defense is telling us that, oh, because there's a war, there are so many wars all over the world, we cannot buy weapons. Why, for heaven's sake, after the first, second World War, every nation went into weapons building, weapons development. That's why you have R&D department in every sector, every nation. How to build your own weapon. You don't hold on to the weapons that you collected from the British in 1950 something and 1960 something. As at this time, you would have improved so much so. We have immediate problems. See, it is a man that has solved today's problem that will live for tomorrow. If you don't solve today's problem, you can't live for tomorrow. Insecurity is expounding every day. It's as if the criminals are learning that, oh, nothing will happen, so let's just take the day. How many people will die in kidnappers' custody before we wake up and say, no, enough? For heaven's sake, I do not see any reason why we still have military men and policemen paid by taxpayers escorting VIPs. It's high time we would have opened up some private security firms that are attached to the military and police. They must be guarded and attached to this national security institution that will have the ability to carry weapons, and they will be well trained, so that those are the ones that will guide VIPs. They should guide VIPs, our courts, our banks. Let them go and guide, so that the police and the military can face their core duty. The citizens are not asking for too much. Give us security. If you give us security, Nigerians are ingenious in themselves. They will fight their own fight. See, Nigerians have started solving the problem of power, even though it is the government that has to solve the problem of power. The primary problem Nigerians are facing now, which they cannot solve by themselves, the primary problem is insecurity. That one, governments must solve it for us. There are secondary problems like roads, power, health. Those ones come next. If you solve these first four, the other peripheral ones, the tertiary ones, they will follow naturally. But solve these first four.
1993 June 12 was a milestone. I recall leaving Benin that day by 12 o'clock to Ekpoma to go and vote with my 504. There was an expectation it was cancelled, fair enough, for whatever reason. There were protests here and there. At the end of the day, Abacha stepped aside. Democracy was restored 1999. I can assure you, what we had before 1999 is better than what we have today. There is no progress. It's retrogression. You can't from here go to Abuja now by road. Kidnappers, insecurity. A liter of fuel is now 1,350 something. Many people cannot ride motors. Children are now roaming the streets. No school. It's a sad development. Yet we are making money in this country. Who is eating the money? What's the senator do with 50 million? Children now here hawking pure water in the street. Is that democracy? That's why fella call it demonstration on Chris. We are not moving forward. We are backward. Is it the life Awolowo plan? Ezekwe plan, Ojukwu plan, Ali plan, Ugbamurian plan. Today we are no road, no water, no light, no security. That's the worst of all. They come to your house, they go to school and carry children, go to church and carry church member, go to mosque, and we say we are security. But as far as I'm concerned, the word democracy is a fraud in Nigeria. We are not moving forward. Instead, we are backward. The present administration have no reason to address your demand because they are not interested, man. It's not their business. How can they are kidnapping children in detention in Bomosho and over. President White went to East and distributing vehicles to women leaders. Instead of giving money to release the children, he went to distributing motor in the East. Where is he working? What is his salary, man? Is that democracy? Is that representing the government? It's a government of retrogression and backwardness. As far as I'm concerned, we are not making any progress. Where we were is better than where we are now.
In the past 27 years of democracy, we have seen some, positive aspects, and then those positive aspects have to do with something like, for instance, in the first time in our, democracy and in Nigeria, we are having 27 years of civil rule, which has never happened before. It has always been coup from one coup to the other, and now it is very clear that people understand very clearly that it is no longer, a military regime as usual. So it has also given people, freedom of expression. Unlike before, Sani Abacha regime where you don't have freedom of speech, but now you can speak to the government as you like. So all these are part of the, democracy that we have. But for me, I think democracy is working, but it's not giving the dividends, effect that the citizen deserve. To be sincere, I would say that civilian regime is far better. Yes, we know that there have been so many, disappointment for the citizens, but I can tell you for a fact that if in a society where you do not have freedom of speech, freedom of expression, where you cannot do anything except a decree is made, or when a decree is made you cannot go against it. That is not a society, and we should be living in a more civilized society now. So I believe that civilian rule is far better. Basically, I want to talk about the challenges. Yeah, I did mention that yes, we have made some good headways in civilian rule, but we have some of this disadvantage that has actually tried to put the citizens on their nails. For instance, let's look at economy. Economy happens to be the highest of it all, because economy has made so many things to go far higher, beyond the common man's reach. If you take a look back in 2023 or 2020 or thereabout, you find that the economy was far better than this, 100%, because as at that time you could get a bag of rice for just 8.5, and now a bag of rice is 60,000, 65,000, 70,000. So you could see that the decay in the economic system is so bad, and that has actually eaten so deep, and it has actually made the citizens not to have that trust, not to have that strength and that belief for the government, because all they've been saying all along is to see that the government is not putting the policies that could affect the poor people, and some of these policies that the government put in place do not really affect the rich. It only affects the poor. So all these things put together are reasons why you tell that the citizens are feeling very, very bad, and the citizens are really not asking for much. Nigeria is a very, very hard-working country. We all know. If the government is able to provide just few things, like for instance road, security, electricity, I'm sure that can go a long way. I mean, you could imagine that for the past 1960 point, we've not been able to get 24 hours electricity, which is so bad. We don't have road. Insecurity everywhere. Because of this road, it also contributes to insecurity, because if all the roads are good and people can move freely, and you find out that these bandits or whatever they are, they cannot be easily they cannot easily come out, because it will be easy for the security agent to get to them immediately. So all these contribute to some of the the pains that the Nigerian people are feeling, and it's a big disadvantage that I believe that the government should look deep into that.
Well, so far so good. We have seen the bad, the good, the ugly, and we are still surviving. We cannot actually say it has not been good, but rather it has not been a bed of roses, because looking at from 1999, we have had change of government from one party to another as well. Authoritatively, I can say that Nigeria has fared better, because the best is still yet to come, because democracy as it stands is still better than military dictatorship rule. Be that as it may, Nigeria, under this present democratic rule, which have lasted for 27 years now and is still counting, I will say that the citizens have enjoyed the dividends of democracy to some extent. Take, for example, from the time of now former President Olusegun Obasanjo, came with the use of mobile phones. And I'm very, very pleased to say that that was a plus to that government. And then, as President Olusegun handed over to Yaradua, of blessed memory, we begin to enjoy the dividend of democracy as it relates to reduction in fuel pump price and what have you. But unfortunately, that regime came to an end by reason of the death of President Yaradua, and Goodluck Billy Jonathan took over. And again, we were enjoying it. I could remember vividly at the time before the election that ousted Jonathan, a bag of cement was reduced to even 1,000 naira as at that time. So I can also say that is part of the dividend of democracy, even though it was a pre-election year or before the general election of 2015 that we enjoyed that. I think it was then the batting was taken over by a new political party headed by President Muhammadu Buhari of blessed memory. Well, I can say from there on, we all know the story. From one turbulent time to another, and then came the insurgency, the banditry, the kidnapping, and what have you. It has not been so palatable. Again, one would have expected that Nigeria, with its democratic system, things will be going from bad to good, from good to better, from better to best. But the reverse has been the case. For example, in this country, you sink borehole just to get water for yourself. You pay exorbitant price in getting generator set and fuel to power it. To mention but a few things you do for yourself, and at the end of the day, you will still pay tax. I pay tax. So I know for sure that it has not been easy, and the citizens expect the best from our government. Looking at the way those who govern us live in a kind of flamboyancy, they have a lot of assets to have money and spend at will, and they live in affluence, and that tells us that Nigeria is good, but the citizens are not looking good on it. So I want to say here and now that if the government actually wants to make democracy enjoyable to all of us, they should make things better, which I know they have the power to do because they themselves are enjoying it. So we, the citizens, need to enjoy it too.
June 12, 2026, considered as a day for reflection, honoring June 12 heroes and renewing our commitment for democracy. But the dominant public conversation is what has democracy delivered, with security, accountability, transparency, national unity, poverty, and economic major demands of citizens, which is expected to be addressed and tackled as soon as possible by the government in order for us as citizens to be able to live and enjoy our lives as Nigerians and be able to say we have a country we call our own. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji saying to you many thanks for watching.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Aqua Seed. Ayo or Aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
Joining us on this week's edition of the program, Icons. Icon is a program designed where we showcase individuals and personalities who have made a mark in their chosen profession. And so you learn from their story to enhance your productivity, your efficiency, your effectiveness, and your output generally. The program was designed to ensure that we give value to life from the experiences of those who are contemporaries, those who have gone ahead of us to achieve so much in the society. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, your host on the program. My guest is Chief Henry Iyobosa Legema, the iconic, Legema, I must say. Good to have you on the program. Good to have you on the program. Yes, all right, let's look at how the industry has evolved over the years. What used to be in the days of yore, not happening anymore. But if you were to do a comparative analysis between what you used to have then and what we have today in terms of revenue streams, in terms of technology and all of that, what would be your key assessment points?
There's been a drastic, I would say, improvement commercially. But there's been a deliberate drag back on professionalism, But for who I am, it is not the monies that we can make that is my drive. My drive is my passion for the craft, So I don't look at what we can make first. But there is no show without the business. That's why it's show business, isn't it? So, comparing then and now, professionally it was better then.
Financially it's better today.
Now, and our people are beginning to realize that the act is not for dropouts or for, the never do wells, And I think we are beginning to get our opportunities when necessary and when it's important.
How is the industry responding to technology? Particularly streaming platforms and then some of the latest innovations in terms of equipment quality and all of that?
If you don't embrace it, you die. So it's our oxygen. That's what we have. That's why it was quickly embraced, and we're all, actualizing, the new things we're learning. There are SEMP, for instance, is organizing the relevance of AI to filmmaking. And AGN has done something like that. All the gigs they are doing, they're integrating and reorientating our people in the new terms for the craft.
So who would you say are your greatest motivators, your mentors in the industry, people you looked forward to both locally and on the international stage?
I don't have anybody internationally.
Is there a reason for that?
I'm a complete Benin man, my brother. I'm 101% Benin man, and my craft is my craft, not Oyibo craft. If you see my style, my craft is not tainted by any influence, especially Oyibo influence. I am first of all a Nigerian, and I try to. If I can't tell my story by myself, who will tell it for me? So as for people I've looked at, my role models, so to speak. The first one will be Akin Kiru, late Akin Kiru. Yoruba man whose mother was Obamedu. One of the finest actors I have ever seen in my life. He was in that great Lambodo was one of the artists here who represented our state in the team for, and I was in that same production, but as a page boy. In 1977.
Wow.
Akin Kiru was one of the greatest actors Nigeria ever saw. Then, of course, Sam Loco. And O.J. Ben, Cleophas Elegon, Amiwo's father in Port of Life.
Okay.
Those were thespians, my brother. They ate, drank, lived, slept drama. Even Felix Ogie, Kasma Suleiman, Then in the nowadays, RMD, my contemporary, another fine actor, was here in Benin. My small cousin, Pedro Baseki, was an inspiration. He was the first person who made me play a clown, a village jester in The Prince. Somebody was the prince. And it was the first time I was playing that kind of role. I never believed I could carry it. But he told me, "Pa, there is nothing you that I know cannot do." I said, "Clown, me." I've always thought myself a very serious actor. He said, "Pa, without knowing you are a comedian." I was shocked at what I could, do
with that character.
I was in a war for months, for weeks, shooting, and I think that was one of my best performances, I tell you, in this business. Then you may think Pedro Baseki is a young man. He's done everything in this industry, everything. Even for his young age, he's achieved everything. One of the best directors. Look at his play, his film. Eziza. There is no film like that in this country. And there's never been, and I don't think there will still be. Only my film, Ataparapa, and Jerome, I'm sure those are the ones that can
match that.
If not better it.
Okay.
With technology.
With technology now,
yes.
Which is available now.
Yes. Then of course Lancelot. Boisterous young man, but he's a very together person. He loves his craft, and he does not shy away from talking about it and shouting from the highest mountains about it. Otherwise, he's one of our best, and we have done well to support him. I think I've been in over 20 to 30 of his films.
Wow.
Wow. And that is one way we can support ourselves.
Absolutely.
It's not the money.
Yeah.
It's not like me. I don't think, maybe one or two persons have paid me for acting for them. I finish with you and walk away, because I feel it's one way to encourage you. It's not because I have too much, but it's one way. I didn't have anything to start this business. And
people also supported you back then.
Yes. So I don't see why I should stress or strain your pulse to make you achieve what you want to do.
Okay. What would you say are those values? Some of them you highlighted, but I just want us to talk a bit more about those values and virtues that you held on to that has kept you thus far in the industry, which I believe strongly our younger people, younger actors, actresses need to learn from.
First thing first is know who you are and believe in you. That's one. It's like the foundation. Know the talent you have. Know, the strength of your talent.
Okay.
Then hone it properly. Because it's you. There shouldn't be shortcuts or cutting corners to it. You must go through the mill. That's the only way you can actually be, when they say wet your whistle, that's the only way you can actually clean your pipe. Or like cleaning your lungs for fresh and clean breath, Then two, you must be dedicated to the craft. Otherwise it will leave you. It's like a guitarist who leaves his guitar for 1 month. The guitar craft will leave you. To start again, you will start to learn
all over again.
That's how the act is. You must practice it every day. Whether you are alone, whether you are in a production situation. And don't let money be your focus. Don't let the glitz, the glamour be your focus. Otherwise, you'll be a flash in the pan. It's like fashion. It has its season.
Yeah.
That's how it is. But if you are in for the craft, and you are an absolute practitioner of the craft, you may not have that kind of fame, but you will be there.
Consistently.
You will just be a necessary evil there.
I like that word.
People will, anybody who's coming to shoot anywhere will say, where is that legal?
Yeah.
Well, because you have made yourself relevant. And don't ever go on set and be a problem.
What do you mean by that?
Some people come and they come with all sorts of excuses, especially if they are collected monies. He will know that he's having another shoot in 5 days' time.
He will collect the money.
He will collect the money, and 3 days to the 5th day, he starts to give you problem with, I'm not well, my mother is in the hospital. Those kind of excuses. You may get away with it first, second time. But you may not have another job from that same
because that would be people's perception of you, and then we use it against you.
So we try, we follow that, our slogan that says the show must go on.
Go on.
So whatever. I pulled a tooth. I pulled a tooth to go on the set.
Wow.
I was on set when my immediate elder brother died. I finished. I didn't talk.
That's commitment, dedication to the contract, to the craft, just like you said.
And the minute you can have that dedication to the craft, the sky will just be your threshold.
Okay. As we round up now quickly, what should we expect from you? What do you have?
In the pipeline?
Yes, in the pipeline. What are you doing? Do you still act? Do you still shoot? Do you still produce? Do you still direct? And when you look back, how many movies would you give credit to as your personal production?
Whoa. Movies. Maybe like my personal movies. Maybe like 47, 48.
Wow. That's huge.
Then I produced for others about 50 something.
That's huge.
Right now, we are starting a new phase of filmmaking.
Why do you say new phase?
Because it's not what we have been doing or what we did before now. It's completing the movie and then animating the movies. It's a new deal we are starting with the Chinese.
Okay.
And we are starting with our own stories, epic stories. Joromi, Kwase, what do you call it? Atakpayakpa, Ise Nazoloa, then Nekiridi, those
movies of way back, yeah.
So that's what we are doing. All the scripts already. We are doing our creation artists and dotting our eyes.
Okay.
By tomorrow, Pedi is starting his own, the cartoon version of Ikoka. Tomorrow. And I'm playing with him, So
okay.
He's the director, I'm just an actor.
Okay, in that sense.
But I'll be there tomorrow, and I'm thinking to take the whole of this week for that.
Okay. Okay.
So that's where we are. So right now, I have 2 films to release in the next couple of days.
Interesting.
Mother Dearest and A Woman of Virtue.
Now, we're back to the theaters. I mean, the return of theaters.
Yeah.
How is that adding value to the industry?
Well, it should add value because it's a plus.
But it looks like it's not adding value from that.
Because that's why I said we have no actors anymore. The crop of actors we have now don't know stage. And they are not interested because there's no glamour, there's no glitz. And according to them, no money. So glamour, glitz, fashion, and money is their push.
Okay.
Only very few actors like myself, Tuti Negiabi, Rajo Sawaru, Uniso Morigi, Cliff Benovia, Sonny Duboy, and a few others. Elia Abaseki, Jennifer Abaseki, those are the ones who have the drive for, or the passion for stage, And of course, what do you call this girl? Peace Osawayi. Call them anytime. They prefer the stage to movies. Ameza Okpunu.
Okay.
These are fantastic stage actors who are ready to work anytime.
Okay, but we've seen a lot of movies going to theaters, not necessarily the stage kind of theater.
Theater.
We've seen that. I mean, for a while, it was more of the stage, but we're seeing movies going to theater, people going. How is that adding value to the system today?
It's one of the distribution windows.
Okay.
For filmmaking. Okay. You know, and we have embraced that a long time. I have had 3 films that have gone to the cinemas and theater.
So how do you see yourself in the next 5 years, 10 years? So maybe if I ask this, how old are you today? Or are you,
I'm there 60. I'm there 17 and 16.
Wow, you don't look it one bit. So what's the secret?
Just mind your business.
Wow.
Don't interfere in other people's matter.
Wow. No, if you tell somebody you're 50, I'm sure they'll believe you without even.
Don't reduce my market value. So let's keep it like that. So where do I see myself in another 5 years? I think I'm slowing down on acting. I want to concentrate on producing and directing. Okay. You know, and I'm not getting any younger. So I will only be I'm selecting roles to play these days. You know, I can't be playing all that daga I used to do. You know, so I play king.
No, you can still play level, but I mean, with this look that you've got.
Well, it will be a one-off thing. I can't be. Nobody can call me a level boy anymore.
Anyways, it was a delight having you here on the show. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. My guest has been Chief Harry Yobosa Legema, veteran Nollywood actor, producer, director, scriptwriter, everything Nollywood. Hall of Fame Nollywood, legend Nollywood, former president of Association of Movie Producers in Edo State. Oh, still chairman. Okay, interesting. Anyways, thank you so much for the impact that you've made. We wish you the very best as you look to the next decade of your craft. Thank you. And that's our package today on the program, Icons. We hope you had a great time watching. Be sure to join us and we'll bring you a fresh episode of the program. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Sama tọpẹ.
Iṣẹ́.
Ọ̀gbọ̀n so.
Gọ́gọ́ so gọ́gọ́ ló kó sàmẹ́. Ọ̀gbọ̀n so gọ́gọ́ hallelujah.
Sama tọpẹ.
Iṣẹ́. Ìgbàyà kí máa pọ̀ mi sáma mẹ́. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀. Ìgbàyà kí máa pọ̀ mi sáma mẹ́. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀. Wákùn mẹ́ pẹ̀lú ìgbìlẹ̀ jẹun. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀. Wákùn mẹ́ pẹ̀lú ìsáma mẹ́. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀.
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I will.
Iṣẹ́ Papa.
Kálíbà wà yíyé náà kò pọ̀ náà wíṣẹ́. Ó pé Edion. Ó pé Edion.
Bàbá.
Ẹ̀kọ́ wọn á ṣe wà. Ewa yàrá lọ tẹ́tẹ́ dẹ́rù wẹ̀ á ṣe wà máa bọ̀ máa tẹ̀. Àwọ̀ ẹ̀rọ owó ẹ̀rí ni Edion wò ní. Edion náà wẹ̀rẹ̀. Edion náà polówó Edion náà lórí àpò ẹ̀wà ìwọ̀dà.
Iṣẹ́
báwo kú ọba ọjọ́ wòye kájẹ́lé nẹ́nà ẹ̀yà jẹ́wò yìí báwo kú àjẹ́wò náà mọ̀ náà máa ṣe lọ́kọ̀ ayé.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming.
Good afternoon and welcome to the news update at noon. I am Amarachuku Azuka. The Nigerian government has received another group of 269 Nigerians evacuated from South Africa as authorities intensify efforts to bring home citizens choosing to leave the country as South Africans stormed the country streets in protest following the June 30 deadline for undocumented foreign nationals. The returnees arrived on an Air Peace flight that landed at Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos, where they were received by the Director of African Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Haruna Ali Gombe. The Nigerian government on Monday announced that at least 271 Nigerian nationals in South Africa would be repatriated on Tuesday as it continues its voluntary repatriation program for the citizens seeking to return home following the persistent wave of anti-immigration tensions and xenophobic attacks in South Africa. According to the statements by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ali Gombe conveyed President Bola Tinubu's message to the returnees, assuring them that the Nigerian government remains committed to protecting Nigerians living abroad. The ministry said the latest evacuation marks the second flight under the ongoing voluntary repatriation exercise, bringing the total number of Nigerians evacuated from South Africa to 335. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, Nsukka Zone, has threatened to embark on an indefinite strike at the Enugu State University of Science and Technology if the Enugu State government fails to implement the 2025 ASU federal government agreement on lecturers' remuneration by the end of July. The union said the proposed industrial action would commence if the agreement, including arrears from January 2026, was not implemented. The Nsukka Zonal Coordinator of ASU, Professor Christian Opata, disclosed this during a press conference titled End the Lamentation in Enugu State University of Science and Technology at the university campus in Enugu. Opata said ISUT lecturers were currently the least paid among public universities in the country, adding that the situation was affecting staff morale and the institution's ability to attract and retain qualified academics. According to him, the 2025 agreement between ASU and the federal government took effect in January after it was unveiled on January 14, 2026. He said the National Universities Commission had communicated the arrangements to all state governments, while vice chancellors also transmitted the document to their respective governments for implementation. Opata expressed concern that ISUT remained the only university in the ASU Nsukka zone yet to implement the agreement. The ASU coordinator dismissed claims that inadequate funding was responsible for the delay, insisting that available revenue figures showed the state had the financial capacity to implement the agreements. President Bola Tinubu has congratulated Chief Bright Igbenidion, the Otumba Atayese of Ile-Isoya Kingdom, on his 65th birthday. The president joins the Igbenidion family to celebrate the business leader and humanitarian on this milestone. The president, in a congratulatory message by his special advisor, Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, acknowledges his leadership in the aviation, oil and gas sectors, as well as his contributions to advancing them. President Tinubu commends Bright for his philanthropic initiatives, particularly through his foundation, which focuses on eradicating waterborne diseases, providing educational scholarships, and empowering the indigent. The president prays for more years of good health for Chief Igbenidion and wishes him greater accomplishments in his business endeavors. Chief Bright Igbenidion is the chairman of Coral Oil and Gas Limited and a member of the prominent Igbenidion family of Benin, Edo State. Moving on to Delta State, where the police command has announced a major breakthrough in crime fighting by arresting a member of a kidnap syndicate, recovered arms, ammunition, illicit drugs, and vehicles. Warri correspondent Benga Ahmed reports that the Delta State Commissioner of Police, Yemi Oyeniyi, disclosed this during his quarterly press briefing in Asaba.
Displaying assorted illicit drugs, including arms, ammunition, and vehicles recovered from armed robbery suspects, drug traffickers, kidnappers, and other weapons. The Commissioner of Police, Delta State Command, Yemi Oyeniyi, said the arrest of members of a kidnap syndicate was made possible through intelligence gathering and policing strategies. CP Oyeniyi assured residents of the state that police are ever ready on tackling the menace of criminal elements in the society and make the state safe. The police boss solicited for cooperation from members of the public by furnishing the police with useful information.
Operative of the command, acting on credible intelligence, arrested a suspected kidnapper, Shehu Malami, age 45 years, at Ogo Market, Ugeli. Following his arrest, the suspect led operative to his hideout in Agbaroto, where one AK-47 rifle and 63 rounds of live ammunition were recovered.
According to the police commissioner, revealed that the second quarters of the year recorded significant successes, with several arrests of armed robbery suspects, cultists, drug traffickers, and recovery of sophisticated arms and ammunition. From Warri, Benga Ahmed, ITV News.
Tension rises in Lassa community, Askira Uba local government area of Borno State, as parents listed at least 36 children missing following a deadly school attack, as angry youths confronted government delegation sent to sympathize with victims' families. The attack, which occurred at Government Day Secondary School, Lassa, was carried out by suspected ISWAP terrorists during the National Examinations Council examination, reportedly killed 2 teachers and abducted an unspecified number of students. However, the visit turned chaotic as youths and relatives of the abducted students rejected the delegation's address while insisting that government officials should prioritize rescuing the children. Efforts by the commissioner and his team to claim the situation and deliver a formal address failed, forcing them to retreat under pressure as the crowd became increasingly agitated. Meanwhile, parents have begun compiling names of missing students at the request of the state authority. The Nigerian Army said troops of the Joint Task Force Northeast under Operation Fasan Yama have carried out intelligence-led air operations targeting suspected terrorists and armed bandits in parts of Niger and Kaduna states. The Army disclosed this in a statement issued on Tuesday, saying the air component conducted the operations on June 29, following intelligence reports on the movements and gathering of suspected criminals elements within the joint operations area. According to the statement, one of the operations was carried out in the Dongondawa axis of Shiroro local government area of Niger State, where credible intelligence corroborated by human sources indicated that more than 200 suspected terrorists on motorcycles had converged in the area. According to the military, a battle damage assessment indicated that several suspected terrorists were neutralized, while others led with injuries towards the Kurugin-Maidawa axis. Flood waters have swept through several communities in Lagos State on Tuesday following hours of heavy rainfall, submerging homes and roads, disrupting movements and knocking out electricity in parts of the state after critical transmission facilities were affected. The Lagos State Commissioner of the Environment and Water Resources, Tokunbo Wahab, in a statement issued by the ministry's spokesperson, Kunle Adeshino, described the downpour as an extreme weather event that overwhelmed drainage infrastructure, resulting in temporary flooding in Victoria Island, Lekki, Ikeja, Bagada, and several other communities. The commissioner assured residents that the government was closely monitoring drainage infrastructure and flooding-prone locations, while emergency response agency remained on the ground to support affected communities. Reports say the floodwaters entered several homes and shops, forcing some residents to temporarily relocate over fears of worsening conditions. The flooding worsened by blocked drains filled with plastic waste and inadequate drainage infrastructure, left many roads submerged in knee-deep water. The slow pace of work in the ongoing reconstruction of the Benin-Agbo Road has sparked concerns among residents, motorists, and business owners in Benin City, who urge the government to strengthen oversight of constructors and fast-track completion of the project. The report by Zainab Mohammed is presented by Oluwafemi Farayola.
The reconstruction of the Benin-Agbo Road has continued to generate concern among road users and business owners who say the slow pace of work, open drains and restricted access to shops have disrupted commercial activities and hindered movements. They urge the government to strengthen supervision of the contractors and fast-track completion of the road.
This work has been ongoing since last year. It's affecting businesses. Look at the gutter that have been digging up and down on this major road. For customers to actually cross to our shops, our building is disturbing. The contractors on this road, they are not doing anything about it.
They put gutter everywhere. They did not even bother to cover the gutter. Just like, for instance, like a case of Ramapan flyover, you can see progress going on there. When you government award the contract, then you monitor what you award. That will make the contractor or the workers be serious about what the job they gave out to.
Other residents question the quality of the project, warning that poor drainage and substandard execution could worsen flooding and further damage the road during the peak of the rainy season. They appealed to the government to assess the contractor's performance and ensure prudent use of public funds.
We have been saying federal government they do for us. God they happy. As they start now, they happy. But nowadays the road where they do, the road gas to be. If you go like Sablé Road, they say they do Sablé Road. They do it with the gutter. They do gutter before they start the road. This one I don't do it now. Put many asphalt. The asphalt now they scatter, they go. They say they amend them. They don't work out. It affects us now. That they for amend and finish. What they amend again? They don't say scatter. If you go there now, go down there now. You see what they amend. You don't see they broke. It's not good like that now.
This road has been on for more than 2 years. Before they even bring contractors, they come to work on this road. We know that accident and different bad things where they happen for you, where they cause accident, many trouble, the somersault, those way they come this side, the road was not passable. But when they come bring contractors, they come to do this road. Now we don't know front, we don't know back, we don't know how they are going about the work.
Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
And now talking sports, Justin Madugu has outlined ambitious targets for the Super Falcons ahead of the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, with the team aiming to retain their continental crown and secure qualifications for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup. The Super Falcons claimed a record-extending 10th WAFCON title at the last edition of the tournament in Morocco and will return to the North African nation determined to defend their crown. The stakes are even higher this time, as the 2026 WAFCON will also serve as the African qualifying tournament for the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup in Brazil. Madugu said the Super Falcons are focused on achieving both objectives, booking a place at the global showpiece and winning a record-extending 11th continental title. The WAFCON 2026 finals will feature an extended 16-team format for the first time, a move Madugu believes is a major boost for the growth of women's football across Africa. And that's the news update at noon. I am Amarachuku Azuka. Thank you for watching. Good afternoon.
ITV, certainly the best.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program. Memories on independent television every Sunday. Remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
ITV, certainly the best.
I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. That's so it's supposed to be. I therefore Benin Akure Road for Edo State. Yes, now, the people waiting for this particular community that they call Tofure, they don't they cry, they shout, oh. Many of them don't pack come up from this area. Oh. However, the water where they come from that side, this underground drainage, enough to carry the volume of the water. Now the water will come full, come split, go up. See as it don't damage this place. That's why Edo State government need to send their flood and erosion control. Come this place for Tofure. Now Ovia Northeast with this. Ovia Northeast local government for Otofure. Along Benin Akure Expressway. That drainage now pass under here.
There's a serious problem here. Serious problem. Never rain fall. This one they carry motorcycle, they carry motor, anything.
If rain fall for here.
If rain fall for here, you can't
that
apply
means
this.
To say, erosion control they need to do here.
Yes.
Flood and erosion control.
Yes.
Wait, people show me. Hey, whoa.
Problem there, yeah, seriously. I believe.
And they don't chop enter inside though.
Rain no fall last year. Rain no fall this year. This road for don't cut. I don't say rain fall.
But they don't talk. Hey, welcome. Come. Where the red water they've come from?
Water again. All the water go climb up.
Okay.
All the water
this
go climb up.
drainage so.
Yes.
Yeah, don't block.
It not block, but the drainage no fit observe the water again. The volume of water too much. The volume of water is too much. So once they come, the water will climb up. It go climb up. It go cover the whole road. If you see, if machine apply this road at that particular time, it go take am. Even vehicle they stop for several hours before the water will come down. Before the office start their movement.
Okay.
So make government come help.
So this na drainage where they come from underground they come.
When they come all the way for Ekeadolo, different communities. When they inside, now this one apply, now carry water come from bypass.
Come past this Benin Akure.
Come past this Benin Akure road. They carry us straight to the river. This is where river dey. But presently now, this drainage no fit control the water again. The drainage no fit. All the water now they cut all this road. All the water they stand up, it they come up, it they follow up. Even under the bridge, all don't cut.
Okay, I don't see something now. Come, go jump enter inside. Hey, whoa! Hey, you see this place? When I did so, now that Benin Akure Express Road.
Yes.
This na the come see am now. This na the
underground drainage.
See am way pass under the tie road. Yeah, now this Benin Akure road be this.
Yes.
So this na the drainage. Yes. So the water where they come from, see am, water where they come from that side.
Yes.
Now heavy water.
Heavy water.
So The heavy water now,
this drainage no fit absorb the water again. The water pass the drainage.
Okay.
That's the problem. The water pass the drainage. Once it come, they cover all here. It go cover all here. Enter express. If they cover all here, they carry anybody. Carry students here the other time. I bet with the beg government.
Now this place now go come out for.
Now go come out for.
I don't scatter that side they go.
You don't finish up. Even here, you don't finish up. Come see him.
Wait. This nine go scatter this place when they see so.
Yes, let's scatter around. Even under the bridge, with the fear make this bridge no collapse. He don't chop him. Come see him.
Something I say. If you see something, say something. If you see something, say something. Bini Akure Express Road from Oluku. Say something. No, the road one cut. You see that direction when they pass that Bini Akure Road? When they pass, go. That's it. When they enter, they come, they shop and they go. Hey, whoa. Oh, God. Flood and erosion cut. Okay, now this area is there. Go. Okay, you be pastor.
I'm pastor. Now my church is this.
See front.
Now, see, this has been this. You don't tell when this thing they happen here. It don't reach about 15 years now. 15 years now. That one I mean the bypass. That's the bypass.
That Bini Akure Road.
That Bini Akure Road. If you look at the bypass, if you look under the 2 manhole when they bring water, the volume of water when that manhole they bring, now they come here, so now cause all this havoc. So they even start last year, February 2025. They start the work. You see, they put sand there now. They put gravel, everything. They start the work. In just, I think 4 weeks, they leave site. They're not going to start the work. We don't they happy because they even carry this drainage when you see, so they even escalate the drainage into this street. You can see the marking. See, they don't already mark and do everything. And all of a sudden, they come out. Now with this, so the area is now worse than before they came.
How's not they enter?
I'm telling you, if you go down that side, how's not they enter? People don't leave their house. People don't run come out. Some people when not high-end money. Those of them when not even see money to build house. All of them don't run come out. They are frustrated. We don't shout for government. We be done. They happy say that last year they don't come, but this is what we are.
What do you say be the solution to this place?
Yes, the solution be say if they can give us a good drainage system from that Akure Road. Cross this through this place to the river. We have a river nearby.
River down there.
A river there nearby.
I have to do proper drainage.
Proper drainage. That's all. This whole area will be in peace.
Hey, whoa. Where the community there? Where una desk is there? Where una no shout come out? Where una desk is there? Where una desk is there?
I don't know why they cry, brother. I don't cry. Nobody else about play. How many times I don't go ITV? How many times I don't go commercials? Nobody else about brother. They wait call them. Who come? Where the water from the come must not be here. Oluku, Isio, Obiogie, Ora, everywhere.
Water na yes they come.
So I don't know what I go do. Waiting, rain, Russia carry water for my boy. Now God, now take come and now slippers, 2 slippers lost. Now God. Now, yeah, now one get one wood that and the wood never come up for you. Now we jump. That picky for that. Now God, 24 years old. Now God.
When they award this road that year, because they are busy.
They don't award them.
They don't award last year.
Where you hear them say they award them?
No, they bring alcohol come and they always material for road. They bring alcohol because they are busy. God don't butter our bread.
Now so we there, brother. Now we there, now there.
With stones. They come fear with stones. And they come fear with stones now. Where they come for, they come grab all the stone come on.
Oh, help me, I beg. Me not help me. I not get for that place. Me not help me. I don't waka. Don't tire. So I go this hospital. They carry me go hospital. And then the man me collapse because of condition of this place. And how much I take come for that hospital that time waiting. I don't cry. I don't know who gave me. I gotta pray for my thing to make her help me. I beg, brother.
If the water will enter here, the fool.
Hey, the food they enter my house. If the food they enter my house, not now they just the enter and say that here. As the enter and say that here. I said that here. I said that here. Man, I pay a beg. For all days, not to build this house. For all days, not to build them. I'm not going to on that place. So we are going to go, brother. We are going to go.
Oh, my governor. You should be ready to lay good foundation.
Man, help me, brother. Man, help me. God, man, help me. I deal with a beg. Man, help me. Man, help me, I beg. Man, help me.
Oh, my governor. You should be ready to lay good foundation. Earlier the better. Because in the nearest future, you become one of the leaders. So we are praying. Amen. His Excellency, Senator Monday Okpewolo. You know why we they call on you? Because you don't do the one way past this one. You see that Ekiwa where you do for that area that they happy? You don't do the one way past this one, His Excellency.
Make her help us, I beg. Make her help me. Make her help me. I'm ask me this see garlic. What that be one for the garlic? Oh, I don't got admission because of this place. Oh,
His Excellency, this one. I don't think government. This one a fresh one. This one a fresh one. Okay.
Oga, I beg. May you tell where to make one post for the I beg. Make go tell governor.
Now our mama na be this one. Now this area now we still there. Anything we see affect and affect us. If you point one finger to person, the other one go back to you. If you say never reach your turn, you go see this our outside. That beg. Now we see the beg governor. God forbid bat in your center. Another person you go see follow. Now that one we don't want. So I beg.
Like 5 don't enter. If you go from like this now, like 4 don't enter.
No, this still they
go see this mama when take your pass. So this one so 4 hours when they near you, you don't enter. 4 hours when.
So if I pass around, I go see.
All those one don't enter. All those one are tenant.
You hold your dagger.
I beg, make government come. They don't fair do amo. They don't feed this place for us.
Wait.
They don't fair feed this.
Oga, stay here. May I see you where?
I say they don't fair feel everywhere.
When I fair cry, those state government, I be former government or this present government.
This government when just they on board. So he don't feel here, do everything for us. Just to come put abstract, make they start, make they finish. Now they take come out. Since then they not come.
I like this guy statement.
They not come till today. So
His Excellency. You say contractors now one of our biggest problem.
Yes.
They say you don't fair other engineers when they come. They fair feel here.
They don't feel everywhere. They don't feel them. Everything they don't feel them. If you see all this stone now, not be me put on, not be erosion breaker come. Government don't feel here. Everything.
What it can happen?
They motorable. They can't leave the project. They not finish. Now I can give opportunity to the erosion again to pull everything.
Okay.
We present when the first one. He not finish. Now I make this one happen.
Okay, now abandon project. When they start this year, I mean last year.
Now they start.
2025.
Now they start. They cost it come out that 2025. You see that they come back. Till now they not come. Now I can't even worse till now. Many people don't get attack because of this work where they see so. People, this mama when you get this house, so you don't go admission 3 times for only this
road be there.
Road there, yeah, before na person see. That has this place where cassava this one a person house where they there. Erosion I come motor. So when the government call that time, they call beg us, okay, see this person there, the one shine the water pass here. We go make them come out the house. Now they take fill that place go change to grass. So now person house where they there. So I beg. Now about that project it be, I beg, make the call complete for us. I beg.
Honorable Bawo!
Is they here? We don't see this in office before.
They go. May I go talk to other people? This area you dey?
There I stay.
What it concern you for this matter?
My brother.
Concern you My house, na here it is. You see this place, so now be our major road before.
From the express road.
From the express, we will pass some. Till reach here, you go drive your motor, enter your house. Now small this thing start like this. So last year now, government got the one help us. They can't come. This is our present governor, so we did so. They can't start work. Can't feel like you see this.
So this is our present government.
Exactly. Now him. You see those big stones for Saturday so. Now they put them. Can't feel that. You see, so here go slope. Now they feel how they pass. Where they caterpillar they pass. So we can't surprise. They can't run the work. Small.
No, come. This is the way they talk. So you know, say this matter they don't share them already.
Exactly.
They don't drop comment already.
Exactly.
You say those government don't come here do them.
See, if you see this, come small. You see, you see the stone? Where they put? That big stone. So the government they put them.
This big stone.
Now government. We don't fit carry for head now. Now government they come carry put them from that side. Come. With the road now. Even if you carry tractor, your tractor no go fit pass here.
What you call cost away come be like this after we the dog come fill.
Now that's erosion where they come for road there. For that manhole where they come for.
When I first go that
exactly.
For that Binyakura road.
Exactly. Now that manhole so where government put for that side. Now they carry the water from that side. They can't give us for here. So you can't tear our road from that side, tear on this side. So we only wait to just want for government now. Maybe they can't help us. We they beg them. I beg. Maybe they help us carry that same manhole. Maybe they turn the water, do drainage for us. Carry and see the river. The river no far. The river down here, so.
The river there?
Yes, you know far. Just to carry from that side, put her for the river, finish.
But why the contractor come abandon the project?
My brother, we don't know what we do, Amo. We don't know what we do. We don't even, they don't go meet for go meet even Bao. Now here we see now we wait for the since that time.
May God can help us, oh. May God help us. Make it touch governor.
Look camera.
Yes, so may it touch governor. Make it can help us for this place. Because if you not help us, more damage. Now you won't come for this place, so we dey beg am.
For this Otofure?
Yes, so I beg. We dey beg, oh, me I dey beg governor. I beg, come help us. See our people, all of them don't pack come up for year finish. We want.
You know, yes, say governor don't first say contractor make they come to am.
Make it come complete for us. Now that's what we want. Make it complete. They don't run liver. You not good like that. Road we not see road pass again. Where our children they go school now we go the fear. If rain fall, now wahala. We not see where they pass. I beg. Governor, beg, come help us. Make it help us, make it do the road.
However, Excellency, they say those state government don't first say contractor come here. They be done, they do them. But the contractor suddenly, the landlord and landladies, they come surprise say the contractor not this site again. Equipment not this site again. As they live and since then, that place when they show you for Benin Akura Express Road, where that small manhole where they do for 1964. See what it does.
Open inside though. That place depot, you go carry.
I know they like the way that they threaten me for all this matter. What can do, what no man can do. Where una dey? Where Otofure you today? Where una dey before this thing copy like this? Una no fit control the contractor.
We don't call, we don't tire. They say make we relax, say they go come back. They go come back. Now we dey so.
Follow me, Waka.
Now we dey. Small. Not go inside. Not go inside, I beg. Not go inside, I beg. Don't take it, I beg. Not go inside. Yeah, 3 children last 2 years, 3 children. Now erosion carry come. We not see the. Don't go. No. I beg.
Look in the show me something. Look at now.
How they see inside? That place be like a.
Another house still there inside.
Yes, now. I beg. Make government come for our rescue. I beg.
Okay. That when I go.
Now where teeth dey teeth. Now they feel they do the medicine.
Where?
Teeth dey teeth. Now they feel they do the medicine.
If the teeth don't come out to go.
You don't finish.
When teeth dey teeth.
Now they do the medicine. Maybe not for not come out. If you don't come out, you don't finish. Or phone.
Thank you. Wonderful twins. Not be twins. Come. Are you serious? Yes. You are not twins.
They be twins. I need be senior. I should be junior.
What to be your name?
Precious.
A friend they fall for this area. How you be?
Hypertension they will lose. I don't almost carry BP because of this road. I got admission 2 times because of this road. Admission, I nearly die because of this road. Because if this house collapses here, we don't go there to go. We don't get papa. Only mama will get.
Now your mama
now
be that
yes, now the age of old age, then my mom to build this house. Suffer. Now she suffer. Build this house. Say pure water. Say drink for sun to build this house. If this house fall for year, we not get helper. We not get anything. Only God may be our helper. Then because they cry for government, may they help us do this road.
Now your mama be this.
Yes. My children. Fear long that they come out to. Now fear me.
Your daughter say friend before say go to get BP.
Nah.
Say hypertension one who are enemy.
Not be lie. Not be lie.
But you believe say God fit do something?
Yes.
You believe say God fit use person to come do this road?
Yes.
You believe?
Yes.
You believe say God fit do one?
Yeah, where?
If you believe say God fit locate the governor?
Where?
God fit locate the government?
I believe.
God fit locate the governor?
I believe.
Only God can do what no man can do. Unchangeable, reliable
God.
Only God can do
what no man can do.
God go do am.
Amen.
They go draw government attention.
Amen.
Come here.
Amen.
I get to that, yeah?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Also, thank you. Thank you. I don't go admission 3 times so, for this road. I should have they come out. We know they come out.
Waiting they happen. No, now you put that bridge to your house.
Yes, that means you want.
Whoa! I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to buy land now to build house for this country. Now wahala. Even if you buy the land, you not quit build them. They go sell them, give another person. But see your road, see your street.
Don't maga.
See your street.
You don't maga. You don't maga. Now make you use alcohol.
Huh?
I mean, to so I'm ready calling non the court.
Call yourself.
Hey!
Hey! Hey! He affect you? He affect you? He affect you?
Yes, oh.
He affect you?
Yes, oh. He affect me, oh. He don't spoil 6 house. He don't spoil land. He don't pursue them. Go tenant. Now only my house remain. Get it to my house now. May they help me, oh.
For where they?
He did there. May my pikin help me. I beg.
I want to see the landlord of this house.
I may do this bridge. This bridge, it cost me 300,000. I first do that concrete bridge. When government come and they come scatter down, they say they want to do the road. I can't be happy. Now money I can't spend again. Can't do this one. 300,000. That uncle so we did that so. I mean do one. So that maybe we got to know the court which decide.
So if your family members, your friends, and community people, they want to come visit you.
Are they shame?
How will enter your house?
Are they shame?
How will enter your house?
Nah, don't actually mean that. Are they
okay,
shame?
more enter your house now. More enter your house. Let's go to your house.
See my house.
Let's go. So now say you take the passer.
That's why the passer.
They go now. I pledge to Nigeria, my country. Now so you cut the enter your house.
If rain fall, at times it go this bridge go carry on. Then we come cast here again now. So that made the water not the carry on, carry the bridge.
And to buy land now.
For this side. If you not get 5 million, you don't buy land here.
And to buy the building materials now.
Not be here. Cement na 12.5. Cement na 12.5. I beg, may government come. May come to, we dey suffer for this community. Light not there, no road. I beg, we dey suffer.
But now if I talk that says the governor don't first send people come.
I don't know what happen. May they come out. I don't know what happen. But you know.
Where that woman? I say if you see something, say something. I did for Tofuri community, for Via Northeast. Erosion. Just like the way Aboki they say condemn handset, condemn fridge, condemn TV, this is condemn house, condemn. Hey, whoa. Now my cameraman they come. Come. See that house. See.
Edo State government, before this thing turned to executive gully, before it turned to international gully, Edo State government, send your engineers come here again. All the houses where this area, they don't go. That erosion, that Binia Kura road, that erosion when they pass that place, all those water when they come from different community. Drop your comment. Share. Tag the government. This work it be like say as you dey watch am you never see am well, come see am again. May not be like say na AI, not be AI o. Na original. This is not AI o. This is not AI o. This is original. This is not mature gully. As an area journalist, now only we go fit tell government how it happen. Before this one turned to international gully. Before we call they call World Bank, World Bank, World Bank. State Bank. Oh. Drop your comment. Of your northeast. All the houses were there, this area.
Sickness won't kill me. For this wahala. I don't do things for hospital. I don't see waka well. Wahala don't too much. Thinking. I no fit sleep for night. If rain dey fall, na here I go come sit down. So if I hear woo, make I quick dey run. How sit down many wey carry now?
I see for your backyard.
That man, na me with am. Dey here. You go think say person dey there. You don't scatter the house, finish, pata. That man, wait near me.
I see us now.
Me governor help. Me help. I beg I did, I no get 1 naira. To eat in our house. I beg. May they help to eat in our house. I go see money by block.
And medicine don't do now.
And medicine. I no feel waka. Sleep no day.
And if rain dey fall?
If rain dey fall, now you go come sit down. If I hear one, I quick dey run. Then I carry my children. Maybe dey run. I want to do this one. Me okay will help us. Me no leave me like this die.
For Tofure?
For Tofure. Me no leave me like this die. When I dey can't pay that with my house, it no be like this. Oh.
Waiting they happen.
Minister of Works. Wait, I want those patient us by the grace of God, by the special grace of God. It's our regime, Senator Mondo Melo regime. When it's done, to let the patient, floor erosion different from normal way of otherwise, fit one will cause another damage again. So they are on it. Minister of Works, not for that. So why I went there? So we are already working together like this. Then in the next 2 months, and we shall find a way to resolve the problem. We have problems for us. Oh, so many areas now where calling will be being used by erosion. See the one where I mentioned before, this
Waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say anyone away wagimag bota. Ota omere ota nyowa. Ule magwa kanene na. Okay ya gboso we amamufwa amirie. Uma dole ni yi yakin umi enoro wa dweki una riyo so la ni adweki eri mi no poloro amamufwa amirie ibota e manadwe na ya ye ne de ai to kwawo wa no pa ne ai to kwawe emanirewo ai to kwawe nigi ai to kwawo ba ai to kwawe ya se gbe ofin ya se gba wa ya fe we na wo do amoko ebo wa ya kwe isu ina tabi bota eniki o ri de fie o so ba ja mi ege okun ro awe ma ni wi yoko awe ma ni ka ko ko yi awe tia awe tage o ma we yanu ame yana we no ko ko ge do e we no ba we yana we no de wo yi e bota ma na he ya fe no mario ibota o e mo rede emi yoko no agba e ko wa o no mario iwo rati imati eni wa o no mario so pe ra me so pe ye me ni ma agba e ko wa o no mario emedoya ta ibeka ido akugbe no kwa no ada ho be ni ya ye amamufwa ma ye na ni wa no ma dole ni yi iwo we ami no ma oda no dole ni yi o mi ma oda ma nu ya gwa amamufwa ki wa ye ni kere inyare kere gwa inyare kere wa mi wa ye no koko gwa yo be no nwe na ya dole gbo ma yi no amamufwa amiri ba ni agun egbon ye na utana ore la utana Victor Ibisugbe obokia
baba ato ipo e o alauda ma ya kan mi se ma ya mama na we adu gina ni ma ata me do ni ro wa ke ni si when I free we dey gare dagbe ma ya ni ma me ke na yin me no dere wi le mo go gi ma e ge no gbera e go gi ma ma ye o sa ba ge Maria oba ato ipo e o
ise ore la utana e paso kabari hunamure
ibe do no wo me wa be ne ga kai wa bi dan yo ofun gbosa ogba go yaro oba atope
ise niwa zero ni ma ta de si we amamufua aneri emina ya ka no we ni dolo da oyi enu ya wesi uwa mano bohie we bohie emata uwa mano rie no wa eba no rie na jawe mata uwa mano gbugbo ugbo ngbe jawe mata gbese meke na mi kono ma iro uwe te mata se jona na ma family all de kan o twese gebo ni mari mi na oni our politicians imuna ni awon ya amufu ayero irimu ni a we ewani vote ni a ewani ladnya ya wi twese osegeni ya yewu ya se no ma mi no ya win no ya me kon mo bonya kega oni ayeri ni a no mo keke ya wi do amuye no roka wani ya muna he wo se ti muna he wo tuwe ya se ti muna he o ha no re awe ne eni bon na no ma mufu amiri emi petrol no wa gbagbon ya gbe seti we ma meyi no a seti arioba yete mo ina le lo wo gba na ya aye mi gbo ya wo to boy mo gba yo wa wo to boy we mi aye we do mi o yo ogba mu yo wa eye agbon iri ase ero iri yese o sa ba mi ga mo lo ma yi amamufu amiri otenwe ibisugbe amamu family yegun ayo yi lo ka ni bunewo ekene kina kana
awe adona wuwa wa ya wese wa magele mufu amiri ni o ikobo we wi nu mu pise fua oni amamufu amiri na ewi na ya ka amamufu amiri o no maru emiesi ege ka ni si wodawo we ga we ni si yoto we amo we emiesi o ka be suru dada gbo we omi obi ye oge va wo de amegbede we me kara una be ame roba na ya gwe una mo pa ne emiesi we wu ne ni o ni egwe o ma yi mu gwe o sa gba de go dinu e emi o ka suru dagbe wa ko o ti gba no oge va de yana mi we àwọn sọ̀rọ̀ rẹ̀ mọ́tò ẹ̀kẹ̀rẹ̀ ọ̀nà láìmọ́tò ẹ̀rẹ̀ igi mọ́tò ẹgbọ́ láìmọ́tò ẹgbọ́ ara òyí ní àdó ìwòrì ìnẹ̀bẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ̀ yà rí park ọmọ ẹ̀ yẹn rí fẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ̀ rẹ̀ àsàmọ́ mi ìwòrì rí ìwòrì ìkẹ̀wò búwẹ̀ ọgbà ọ̀rẹ́ ni una àáyé ni iná ìwẹ̀ mú fùá ni ṣùgbọ́n ìlú sábà ayé àwẹ̀ ìwèrègbè ọtí gbà sọ́ ni me yere ikayo wewe awe igiri ila la dia upo pe Lagos road na wi je ba la moto ibi e ka de ke school de yan si yan han yan rugu moto ne ina ka mo paro da we pagbe ya mo ye kwa we ona gede pagbe na mo to ta pe gbere ayi mu mese kiri na turi ina wa ya de wa ye school de wa de boto en ye hasa de wa ya no one go not in the driver I will buy all of it I wear your money make 20 naira way I want to give you as change I not get it you know this change na ni not to talk about without you know we yarn
only no try power
you go in ati mu na money in your body I atamawe ori pede va ina pa ina ari ogida ina la moto o ma pa na rugu moto ni magi gbera kena che Ogida junction boy ina wa tore moto awa opia ehwe ha ni ya ni yekeni ala wa di go ida o yin ha ta ni aya awo di che we carry go ala wa pa lo pa today iye ina ni me wa hu na eja na ọmọ wọlé ha ni me ni be
oh my god
amamu
usaro bua
ayi ya mi imi ami e deri na wa age kaka yi awo we ha ta ni me ni mere ha no ma na edia ama na wa ha ni mere na ina we so hu do ni keke mariye na ma mi abi osoja wo ni ma agbe na yi na ọwọ́ pàrọ̀ ló mú agbónárí wa ọmọ pẹ́lẹ́ yà sí wọn ọwọ́ zuwọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ wẹ́ta mọ̀ àgbóyò wa àìmú àgbóyò wa yìí kò ní wẹ̀ kúkú yẹn náà ó gé báàrí ó yà dèwé àgọ́gọ́ yóò wẹ̀ kún ẹyẹ pò wúyà mọ́sọ̀ ìwó tọ̀ ìwó ni lè bùkẹ̀bùkẹ̀ ɛdini wa do ara yi ɔsɔ na bɔ ma sáré bɔ náà fi ma ya bɔ yi fi ma ya mu fua ma mi kena mi na ma we ri gele amu fua ama mu fua gele ni eri ɔwɔ ne wo ewie si da ma ewie si ne sunu da ya ina wa ma mu fua amere ni ma gwa na wɛ ekena na o ana bi sáré bɔ náà de ba ma yɛ de ni yeke sáré bɔ náà fi agbe ma ɔba atɔkpɛ yi.
isɛ eniwa yayi wa da yɛ na mu fua ma mi ama mu fua amieri ɔtɛ ne pastor kabari. Ama mu family ye we no e bible e ya ta ma ama mu fo ameri e ma wo no e ko re do ba ibota ma ye na
ibe do no pe o zemi na dey sin o deni mi ala ge untana ama mu family ya gwe ibo ewugun an o kan me odion we o kaigele ya be gue ezo no muboro ne ivira ivije a ivira we uhunaga ikwe mo aba mu family na emi nu aga gbibiere we gere akia what so egbe sokun mege na yasini ge mu akia osaloba gi maya iye webo e na wete no ge mu akia iye ti yun yo ọtí mane Jonathan ọ̀kárí ọba vẹ́tẹ̀ Nàìjíríà ya wáwọ́ election ìbọn àti ẹ̀kọ́ ọ̀gẹ́ ìtẹ̀mọ̀ pa ọwọ́ agami ọwọ́ ẹ̀ságìẹ̀ ọwọ́ ọmọ akọ́mà ọ̀sẹ̀ agami yìí kí á mú dé ságìẹ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ pa n'ọ̀tún èyí tọ́nu dáyẹ̀ ó ní ẹ̀hó ta ọ̀dà mọ̀dára mọ̀ fún wa ọmọ sùn ẹ̀hó ẹgbẹ́ yóò àwọ̀ na ya mi adani ebo na iwa ligi na ya mi de otinye moto ni no dodo de reservoir na aba mi ewe ma yi obira ma obi ya wa ligi egbe na eri o wege gbe no ri egbe ri agbe amamufua amirie eri o wa no o mani meri adu wona ni wuyo bono ido mi e mo do e o yu ku yo e ko no amani o mo ni wuyo e ko o ga be yu ge ewebo amamufua amirie mamio mana wesi ni eni ona miwe mi no ekwe no say e o sa do ya enu e ba gwa kan e bi no wan ba no kan me opopa na la tie e jefta be bi no wan ka tai era na tie gile do oyoko ga no oyoko ona mo ko ni iye na bi enjo kun yo ga omodion ne jefta ne e gile di yaso ha bi omo so kuma yegi kokoso wa ona do ri owo ona do biele o mo ni ge jeta na bora ado bora adia do by monday ni ebie yowa o ni je ko ma pekere ope ani ge egiled ona do wu o ri wu idira na gbagbe we iwe ti gbe ma do ri hu o ra me nda ma mu iwo yi yo hu wu seti yana gbe ma yana hwe no ru ahun no mo pe ya mu fua yo ya mu fua yana hwe fua ye na gba o ma gun ya sini yo te o mo dio so ko ma sini ona de pora zozo la wa gbo obi se bo na te mo abona to ta bona agbezob so ko ni egwe ni na leleri ye o da wo ko be so ogwa agbina ona do so e otu esogia ye na do e mani buna do de ba na mai enwi na mai eni obi se we okogare ro na do na ga tie no ka o ye na ye pekere e bo na ku ye fa okona de ana la gwa lo wa no ka o amamie ana o be gwale ga de eso na wo ha no le wa ya yin ye uda bi ni we otu agbe okay ye na ewe o ma na te we ne re ga o e ne ga ro gupo o do ga yin ni e do o kai bo ya fe ye o kai gbe o kai bo ayi ga yin ni aye uda ye megbe ne ya bufu abege ni ye ne ya mi no se erie bo da o agbona do maye sayo o gupo no ko kwa ye ga ye amamufu abi eru do ro papa ya we bo wetu mi ohun ye mi no mi enwe ile tu gi eyin ye no we si egbewe re ojo sabo ye iye le ma gwe ojo we edun nu da igbina no ro me bo na no kai mu hu no pa wo ye oluko se we na we wo more o we se unu no na me mu aneje na ro da e vi osisi ye ige lo bo wa gboza iya we ya gbo ba dia ara gwezo akedo gwezo e police station aya sabuja igo ne moni emuria nu desogu no ma se ni ala de bokrie kenagana igo nu wa eze police station igo ni egbai bagi sinina dagi mwe na zio wema sise ma no wa gaga na se ni ke ani na eberezo ne gbemi na o do ma doge so kun gbe o yikweyo egbeyo yikweyo aya tie ma no ro otu ekoko ya fe ni ya fi osisi aga ligi o ko ma mi ewe owo di o be like na mo jon be bo o mo no sunu na ni a ibi ebo mo boro owo ibuse na ni ibi ebo mo be fi osisi na boya gbinu hu ya ga gbe oko ya di ode ma we o ga lo de na la do si esi otie wa mi papa no bo wa ye ebuye o wa me be ye isan re we bo wa ya do mo re wa ba ri pe wa be bi mewo ni wa amamufu ama amiere
ni gege wa to payo ma me ni we wa gun kan na ba ne asini otona gbidi i ma do wa tona o e wa ma kan se ayi ri ma do wa tona e ya se ayi ri ma na do ba ara se ma na do ba ma kan mu ari wa ilé ma ẹ̀gbọ́n ìbí kabetu ìbí ekole ìbí ọ̀fun egbe ìbí ọ̀gbà wàkùkù wàgẹ́ ìgbìnà wàgẹ́ ìkàn dọ̀lẹ̀ wo nìyí
n'o da
àbúwárọ̀ amamufuwa àmìẹ́dẹ́ kẹ́nà ó sọ wẹ̀gbẹ́ wẹ̀dìẹ́ normal dọ́wọ́ ní fìànẹ́ náà fún gbẹgbẹ́ máa yára rọ̀ ẹ̀dọ́kùnrin ọba àtọ́kùnrin.
wẹ́sì àwọn àjùjẹta ìyẹn wẹ ìwọlá ìrùnú yọ náà ọwọ́ rẹ̀ dẹ̀fẹ̀ amamufuwa amirie eniwa edonopeo do wa he da he matana eso ro we orima wa tani eni nya wa do mu emi re oge ne mata we tani we na mu emi we no
iso egbe
so pa we no ewu ma nya la boy wo
wa we by force
la boy wo na mi en so be matana na owo wu na se anima eni ma ya mu uda eogwe weni udo miewe itoa ela were ebe oro yunumanya ya se gbo inu ka pastor inu ka ba ya se gbo nyo we ni ayisin na we ya fe o wa no e ga ma bi iye obi ewo odo asin odo we ewo edo ni na sunu ese sisu o te wo be agbawa we ni na obi ewo ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́pàmọ̀ yìí ni kò tẹ́ Yorùbá kò tẹ́ Ìgbò kò tẹ́ Haúsá ọmọ náà bíẹ́rẹ́ wò náà nyà wò ẹ̀ẹ́rà àmàbíẹ́rà rẹ̀ wò anábìwẹ̀ wa ẹ̀ẹ́rà wọn àmúparí ẹ̀wọ̀ rẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ náà kéré yàbẹ̀rẹ̀ wẹ̀yẹrẹ wa ọdún wo ẹsẹ̀ tí sùn ẹgbẹ́ ìjọgbẹ̀rẹ̀ wa àwọn táwọn mú ìlà rẹ̀ yé wa ẹ̀yẹ wo ṣe ra wẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ sọ́pọ̀ òbí wẹ̀ ìlúhi ọ̀rẹ́dọ̀ ọ̀nà tí ìṣòwò ẹgbẹ́ wẹ̀ ní ìrárí ọwọ́ náà ọ̀nà rẹ̀ nú wẹ̀wẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ àmú ẹ̀pà sọ́pọ̀ wẹ̀ àmúwẹ̀ yé wa ọ̀wárẹ̀ ràrí ọ̀wárẹ̀ yìí yàn oníwẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ sí ìyẹn wọ́n sọ ẹgbẹ́ amamufua amirie nga omina mufua nga enye soro obedo ni maru aya gbere mieri una gbere mieri emi me owo iyeke ema nga ma tanya we no horo arewo but mama ha we emi no owo ni yosisi yeti ya mi omai nuye udekode ya mi omai nuzigo ya lo de fe ya ze ne abo ulapa ya ze ne ya fe arimu uto mero alauda ero my god no yero eye wo kugbe eye wo yawo da ya mamufua amere oruwebo ten oruwebo bi rawiye iyobo na uno wa amamufua hi uga owono ruse useso ogwale ni ohamegbe unari eba ene era ni wori ni tu wa lo mufua umaide mufua yeye owono yo wehia ugbera uwe ni uyobone yobonu ne egbona taba oto ebizugbe umiewe ye iwe school no rie ni mo o ha ri na ni ya o wa ri na do ha ni no mako ede yeye amamufua amere ede lopo ibude mai unu wa we na lao na yobone egbe na emi maya wije na ya fe na mewe alele e ma ma na mu gbe oyibo tawe de na yoto ọba àtọpẹ ìṣe.
ITV, certainly the best.
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, beautiful people, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another lovely Wednesday afternoon, and it's my pleasure to say welcome to yet another amazing episode of Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for starters, Flipside is a socio-cultural show, a unique one at that tends to focus on some topical issues in the society. You know, some of those issues that bedevil us as a people, okay? And we just try to examine them and, you know, bring clarity to them, just so the people can get to, you know, have a clear understanding of them. It comes your way every Wednesday on this station. My name is Harry Aigboje, and it's always a pleasure to have you join me on the show. Now today we're having a very, very interesting conversation, something that has to do with human development. Now I always say that the concept of human development cannot be, you know, overemphasized, because vacuum is not allowed in nature. You know, in fact, there's an adage that says that, you know, nature abhors vacuum, all right? And we really can't afford to be static. So there is need for constant, you know, growth. And that's basically the essence of today's topic. And to do this with me is someone who is a very, very industrious and, of course, you know, amazing personality. He's been, you know, in the field of human development for a long time, and he's still in that field. And as a matter of fact, he's in town, you know, to do what he does best. I actually don't have much to say about him, because I believe he is going to be introducing himself. And of course, in the course of the program, you're going to get to know all that there is to know about him. He goes by the name of Dr. Stephen Oshoke Enike Matthew. And of course, he is a global management consultant. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome to Flipside.
Thank you, everyone.
Your maiden appearance, huh?
Yes, and it feels so good to be here. And,
yeah, it's indeed exciting to have you on the show. So, I mean, this is one topic that I love to, you know, talk about: human capacity development. Because I, for one, am a fan of human capacity development. As a matter of fact, I believe that the best gift you can give to yourself as a person is to constantly, you know, develop yourself. You understand? I've never been a fan of being on one spot for too long. Okay, so yeah, that's basically what we're talking about today. Now, what is human capacity development? Maybe we should start on that note. How would you define human capacity development?
Thank you so much, and thank you to our very highly esteemed guests and viewers. Human capacity development, basically, to a layman, let's be very practical, it refers to the process of equipping people with the knowledge, the skill, the competence, the capacity to enable them reach their full potentials. And human capacity development basically is entrenched with 6 major foundations. There are 6 fundamentals of human capacity development.
Okay.
So to build a people, you have to invest in building their capacity. To build a nation, people must develop the capacity to be able to build a nation. So you will also say that a nation is as good as those who are building the nation.
Wow. Okay.
And the human resource of a nation is more important than the oil, the land, the natural resources. So the 6...
actually getting there. When you say capacity, what exactly are we looking at? You know, because some persons will tell you that there is mental capacity, there's financial capacity, right? Which society tends to celebrate more.
There are 6 core major fundamentals of the Human Capacity Development Index. 6 core.
Okay, let's have
You have education, which is formal and informal. You have vocational and skill training. You have health and wellness. You have leadership development. You also have institutional development. You have information and innovation technology.
Wow, that's a whole lot.
So these 6 core make up the body of human capacity development.
Okay.
And if you are looking at that with the view of building a nation, if these 6 are not in present, we can build
a nation.
So we are building education, both formal and informal, because those are also tools to develop people and to also give people the skills required to create wealth.
Especially in this era where education doesn't seem to be
attractive anymore. So it's either we are attaining formal education or we are attaining informal education. For those who cannot, then vocational education is there. You acquire a skill, get some vocational training and all that. Oh, I don't want to go to school. Okay, I want to be a health coach. I want to be a nutritionist. You build capacity in that area. You can create value from that also. You can create wealth from it. So, okay, I don't want to do all that. Okay, let's build leadership capacity.
Okay.
Let's invest in building leadership capacity for the next generation, even as we whatever we have in Nigeria today. If that's not possible, then you are talking about institutional development, where we are going to build stronger institutions than stronger individuals. So what we have in Nigeria today now is we have very strong individuals without strong institutions.
With weak institutions.
There are even no comparison. We can't even say they are weak. There are no institutions.
Oh, really?
The individuals superimpose those institutions. So it's not even being weak. We have invested so much in building individuals than building strong institutions.
Is that inherently a bad thing?
Of course, it's a bad thing. It breeds dictatorship. It breeds lack of inclusion in governance and leadership, where it is one man's will that millions of people must follow. It's no longer a collective thing as to this is what we want, this is our values. No, it's not. It's an individual. And when that individual is varying, there's nobody to checkmate the individual. It is institutions that does the checkmating. So human capacity development is an interesting theme on its own. And nations that invest in building human capacity tend to enjoy sustainable growth more than nations that don't.
Okay, now they say charity begins at home, so let's focus on our own.
On our own,
all right. So would you say Nigeria is a nation that invests in human capacity development?
The answer is no.
Okay, why would you say that?
All right, because we have built a culture now in Nigeria that is driven a lot by money worship.
Yeah.
It's all about money now.
How much money you have and control.
Even politics is also being driven by the money you have and all that. It's no longer about the value that you possess, the impact that you are willing to offer to communities, to families, to society, and to the nation at large. So you have people who have money from whatever sources, they are the ones who run the show. So, and then that also will make education less attractive to the younger generation. So the average young person in Nigeria today wants to just make money, doesn't want to go to school anymore.
I'm actually glad you said that because, trending recently.
Yeah, I saw something, right? Even today, that somebody said.
Rapper YC
somebody
said something about.
What do you call it? The Olodo syndrome, Olodo something.
Yeah, they said it's Olodo uprising.
Yeah. And if you look at that, that in itself is not the problem. The root cause of that is the money worship. So people are focused on the material acquisitions and the flamboyance of wealth than investing in building the capacity to be able to manage that wealth when it comes.
Wow.
Is there anything wrong with making money? There's nothing wrong with making money. Whether you are making money legitimately or illegitimately, that's your cross to bear.
Okay.
Everybody needs money.
But there's something morally wrong with it.
But of course, it's entirely morally, legally also wrong with it. But we're not here to discuss the legality of that.
Absolutely.
So our discussion is centered on when this money comes, if you have not taken time to invest in building your capacity, either by obtaining formal or informal education, either by developing vocational or skill education, either by investing in building wellness and health education, or building relationship, when the money comes, you make a mess of yourself.
When you say relationship, are you talking in terms of network?
No, beyond network, a relationship here is how you interact with people. How you interact with your ecosystem. Basic interaction, mannerism, communication. You don't need to have a PhD. I saw somebody saying something that one young man is better than many PhD holders. How many PhD holders has money, like, because a young person seems to be making noise on social media? And I laughed. And I said that the reason why that statement can be prevalent on social media now because we don't understand the place of the academy in building our national development index. One person who makes money off social media cannot be compared to one person who's a PhD holder. Why? Because a PhD holder, for example, is somebody who has gone through academic process, who can build policies, who can create framework, who can create solutions to help that social media influencer who's making money on how to manage his money.
So making money is one thing, then managing it is another.
Managing is another thing. And to manage money, you need competence, you need skill, you need knowledge. And that's where the human capacity development comes in.
All right.
I saw something in research, and one former head of state in Nigeria said that Nigeria's problem is not money. Nigeria's problem is how to spend the money. And that is the fundamental root cause of the problem of Nigeria today. When the wealth came, the people who made the wealth didn't have the capacity to manage the wealth, to know what to do with the wealth.
And that has something to do with education, I guess?
Human capacity development.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Stephen Oshoke Enike Matthew, Global Management Consultant. It's been a very, very interesting conversation so far. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, in case you're just joining us, and we're having a very, very interesting conversation about the role of human capacity development in nation building. We have to go on this very important break, and when we return, the conversation continues. Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and I still have Dr. Stephen right here with me to discuss the role of human capacity development in nation building. Now, you spoke so much about education before we went on that break, and that gives me the impression that education is indispensable if we are going to truly develop our capacity as a people. Now, tell me how you think education can contribute to human capacity development in practical terms.
Okay, let's take it back to look at the story of Singapore, for example. Singapore became a city-state powerhouse by virtue of its investment in human capacity development.
Okay.
Formal education, informal education. Japan is ruling the technological space. Why? Because it invested a lot of money in human capacity development, especially in the informal education sector. Now, the United Nations Human Capacity Index says that nations who invest a lot in human capacity development will do 3 times more than nations with less human capacity development. Singapore is an example, Japan is an example to buttress that. So I believe strongly that education is not just about knowing how to read and write. Education is a pathway in knowing how to relate with the ecosystem itself. And that relation here talks about communication, conflict resolution, relationship management. In that communication is holistic communication anyway, because communication goes beyond just talking and hearing.
Okay.
It's about verbal communication, nonverbal communication, sign language, gesticulation.
So it's all encompassing.
All encompassing, holistic communication. How the relationship, how to do business, how to interface with
also
people.
Include emotional intelligence?
Yes, it's all encompassing. That's where the relationship part of it comes in. Emotional intelligence, emotional intelligence. So you must build capacity for all of this if you want to be able to develop economically as a nation. So we don't have people who have money and don't have emotional intelligence running.
Or like they say in our local parlance, that don't have sense.
That may be too extreme.
Okay.
So we need to invest a lot And this investment here is not about building more schools. No, we have a lot of schools already. But the infrastructure that enables qualitable education is what we lack. And that qualitable education here basically talks about how people can enjoy the learning process. How people can, learn while learning and not just go to school to get a certificate and go out.
For the sake of it.
Yes. So we need to invest a lot in that level of infrastructure so that we can build a working community or a working nation. And then if somebody comes out and says, oh, I have a BSc in engineering, you know the person has a BSc in engineering. The mannerism, the disposition, the demeanor, the interaction, the communication, the charisma. And that's what education brings. It goes beyond, oh, I have money, those things are mundane things people want to use to make arguments these days. So we must take time to invest in developing the capacity in these areas so that when the money comes eventually, the money does not control us. We have the maturity, we have the competence, we have the capacity to manage the money, to control the money. Then we can distribute that wealth to serve the purpose of building the nation. And that's where we are struggling currently now. I mean, tell a young person, I interact with young people a lot about furthering your education. They tell you no. They say, why? Because they want to make money. A lot of them now want to become social media content creators or streamers because they say, those people are making a lot of money.
There's a lot of money in it. All right, now in passing, you made mention of the need for skill acquisition as well. Do you think as a nation we place enough emphasis on skill acquisition? Or is that also part of education in itself?
Of course, it is part of education in itself. So I take it from the skill acquisition to me is very fundamental. And why is it fundamental? Everybody must not be an employed labor force. There are some people that must create the jobs.
Okay.
And the only way you can create the jobs is if you have the skill to create the jobs. So if government pays a lot of attention more in beyond building nursing schools or universities or polytechnics and invest a lot more in building technical training schools so that people can go to learn proper learning of welding, proper learning of bricklaying, proper learning of this basic skill you call artisan skill. But we don't have a system that produces all of this. And that's why you bring someone to come and do something in your house and he comes and messes up the whole place because he didn't go through a proper learning
acquisition center. But whose responsibility do you think it is?
Government it is. It's government.
Okay.
If government pays a lot
solely
of attention,
government?
Yes, it's government. If government, and what does government do? Create the framework, put the standard, put the structure in place.
The enabling environment
yes,
as well.
the private sector can invest in pursuing with the standard that government has created. But there's a lot of emphasis in the normal tertiary institutions. So everybody must go to university, everybody must do JAMB. Not everybody is caught out for that. There are some people that right from primary or secondary school, they should go straight to a vocational training center to go learn how to do things with their hands because that's what they are gifted for. So if you invest a lot in that, we are automatically creating employment. And this is true. There's no way you can create employment without human capital development. You can't create employment without it. And everybody must not be a banker. Everybody must not be a journalist. Everybody must not be a learned person like myself or yourself. Some people's calling and some people's gifting is in artistry. So government needs to focus a lot in providing a framework that makes that attractive. So instead of people chasing the quick money now, they go do some 2-3 years, settle, learn, and then the government produces them and empowers them with tools and enabling resources to start their own businesses. Then, with mentorship, with guidance, under a structured program, they can become high flyers.
Okay, we actually do hope that we get to that point. But let me ask this.
Yes, please.
What do you think is the relationship between human capacity development and innovation?
Technology. We're talking about the next, what you call technological wave, industrial revolution and all that. If you don't acquire the technical skill to know the use of this new technology, there's no way you can create value from it. Look at what's going on in the world now, the age of AI. In fact, 2 days ago, I was in a meeting discussing an investment opportunity with someone. We're talking about EVs. And I discovered that, like in Lagos, where I come from, for example, there are only 2 major EV charging stations in Lagos. Now, you will not know. Just two. You will not know if you don't do a research. Now, you do that research, and you are able to create a business out of it. That information, you're leveraging on it, and you're building wealth. So people need to pay attention also in building and acquiring technological skill, because the world has moved. And with the age of AI and technological advancement, we will do much more faster and achieve much more results than it is building cement and building sugar plants. I'll give you a practical scenario. This is not talking down on anyone, but in 2007, Elon Musk today was not on the Forbes list of the world's richest. As of 2007, the African's richest man, who is worth about $32 billion now, was worth about $1.8 billion as of then. Elon Musk arrived on the Forbes mainstream as of 2012. And his arrival, he came in with about 10 point something there, about $1 billion. Today, he's 55 billion dollars worth, because he lost about $500 billion 2 days ago. He came down from the trillionaire level to about $958.5 billion worth. Now, study the pattern. Sliding right into this AI Gemini technological advancement age, because he kept on building and investing in that area, his wealth kept on increasing.
Okay.
See the trajectory. The guys who had been there were building maybe softwares like the IBMs, like the Microsofts and all that, Jeff Bezos and all that, the supply chain, the e-commerce and everything. In Nigeria, you talk about the industrial revolution of the Aliko Dangotes and all that, staple foods, FMCGs. Now, is anything wrong with that? No. But somebody rose between 2012 and 2026 to $1 trillion worth just by technological advancement.
Okay. So that's in a nutshell, that's the connection.
Yeah, imagine that it's a nation that took 10 years or 15 or 20 years to invest in building technological assets.
I mean, if an individual can achieve that,
imagine what a nation will achieve.
Wow.
Yesterday, I was also really listening to an interview by Alhaji Aliko Dangote, and he said something very profound and striking. He said, governments have more money than private individuals. Yes. And I was curious for him to explain what he said, because the money the government has, private individuals don't have it. If government put as much money as private individuals put in developing the industries in their nations in Africa, Africa will not collect loan from any country in the world again. And it's the truth.
And the big question is, how many of his peers are thinking like him?
Of course, there are not so many of them. I don't think there are even up to 5 of them who think like it. The man is a genius. He's in his own world.
Well, I actually do wish that Africa has more geniuses to boast of.
We're coming up.
In case you're just joining us, it's still Flipside on Independent Television, and Dr. Stephen Oshoke is still right here with me, and we're discussing the role of human capacity development in nation building. We have to go on another break, and when we return, we up the ante a bit. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and Dr. Stephen is still right here in the building with me. Now, I would like to ask you this, Dr. Stephen. How do you think youth empowerment influences nation building? Because most times when we hear of youth empowerment, what comes to mind is financial support. So do you think, yeah, exactly. So, and then of course there's bags of rice. Do you consider that empowerment, or you think it goes beyond that?
Yeah, for me, empowerment goes beyond that. You know, the difference between empowerment and enablement. So I'll break it down. But before I go further, to really bringing about change as a nation in terms of human capacity development, government, private sector, civil society must collaborate.
Okay.
Must all come together. It takes more than just one arm of it to build, you know, a nation in this regard. So, taking that and marrying it to the question you asked about empowerment and all of that. Nigerian youth in particular does not need empowerment. No. What we need is enablement.
So that sounds controversial.
I'll explain. We have already been empowered, you know, by technology.
Okay.
Which was not available.
You think technology is enough empowerment for the youth?
Yes, which was not available in the 90s, in the 80s, in the 70s. In fact, in the early 2000s, you have to pay money to apply to have access to a cyber cafe to use the internet. But today, from your mobile phone, you can reach the world.
True.
You can create videos, you can write a book, you can do so many things. So that is enough empowerment in itself. So what we need now is an enabling environment for everybody to thrive and to be able to come into the fullness of their potentials.
And who should create that environment?
Government. It's government to create the environment. Government to create a level playing field, give us power supply, give us access to the internet. You know what I'm saying? That's enablement, right? We don't need rice anymore. We don't need bags of rice. We don't need those things. Sewing machine. Those are mundane.
In what category would you place rice? Empowerment or enablement?
That's stomach infrastructure. That's not even empowerment. It's stomach infrastructure. In fact, because I do a lot of charity myself.
Okay.
So I understand this very well. And in my charity, I have a charity for widows and orphans I do every December, and the minimum numbers is about 5,000 widows. And I've run that for about 11 years. So I can tell you
that's a lot.
Categorically that even though we give people food, we still have vocational skill training segments at our meetings. And the purpose for that is so that beyond just the rights we are giving to them, we create an enablement for them to be able to thrive and earn something for themselves. So that way they can become self-sufficient. It is enablement that gives room for self-sufficiency.
I guess that it's safe to say that that's tantamount to, you know, teaching people how to fish rather than giving them fish.
Yes, basically. So beyond just coming to give you rice, give you fish, give you food, give you sardine, we sit you down, teach you how to bake cake, how to make soap, how to do basic skills, basic things, fashion design, and then we back it up with the funding required to start up, so that we see your progress, we monitor you, and that is what we need. Another point of enablement basically is that Nigerian youth need mentorship. A lot, actually. We need more mentors now than ever before. Because now the propensity for the average Nigerian youth to make money now is fast. With the advent of social media and the internet.
So where do mentors come in?
Mentors come to help you, give you guidance, set control, create sort of an accountability program that helps to checkmate you from losing your head. Mentors come to show you the way. Oh, I've been there. You can have 100 million today and you can become broke 24 hours after. One bad decision, one wrong investment, one wrong association, everything goes down the drain. So you need a mentor now to say, no, this is how to invest, this is how to save, this is how to plan, this is what to do. We need more mentors now, ever than before. Because the propensity to become wayward is high. The propensity to become irresponsible is high. Everything is high now, both positively and negatively. So for me personally, I believe that we have gone beyond the level of empowerment. Now, we're in the level of enablement. Where we create opportunities for people to thrive. We create circumstances and situations and scenarios for people to succeed without worrying about who they know or who they don't know. I was telling some people yesterday, some young people yesterday, I said success is not so much about how hard you work, about how smart you work. No. Success now is a lot more about leverage. It's about leverage. You can be the hardest worker and you have no result to show for it. You can be the smartest worker, you have the brain, you have the brilliance, no result to show for it. But somebody who doesn't have all those things and has leverage, you know what I'm saying? So leverage. So by leverage now you mean support system? I like to use the word enablement. Rather than support. It's usually heavily abused. So I rather use the word enablement. So if you create an enabling environment, it's okay, a young man who is skilled in an area, you don't have to you don't have to come from a state, you don't have to be an Isako person or a Benin person or an Esan person. As long as you have the competence to do the job, bid for the job, go through the process. If you qualify for it, you get the job. You get what I'm saying? And then if you create that kind of system and everybody knows that they don't need to lobby or hustle, they will pay more attention in building the capacity for that when the opportunity comes.
That's quite a lot, and I must say it's an eye-opener for a lot of persons out there, and I'm hoping that the people concerned are actually taking notes. Now, here's another question. Okay, what challenges? Because I think it's imperative that we look critically into the hindrances. All right. So, what challenges do you think hinder human capacity development in developing nations? I guess it's safe to consider Nigeria a developing nation.
Yes, for now.
Even though some persons will
even though I don't like the term calling.
Okay.
It should be. I mean, we're talking about Singapore and Brazil now. They are in first world nations now, and as of 1960, Nigeria was far ahead of those two nations. But today, now those guys are first world nation. We are still battling with developing nation. Why? Leadership failure. Okay. And the root cause of leadership failure is lack of human capacity development.
Okay.
We invested a lot of time in chasing money and oil money, and building roads and building infrastructure. We forgot about developing the leadership capacity to manage the wealth when it's coming.
Okay, so what factors would you say pose a hindrance to the human capacity development
in Nigeria today as a developing nation? We talk about the deprivation, poverty, which is the anchor point upon which all of it thrives. Lack of qualitable healthcare system. People will think more about how to be alive first than thinking about how to go to school. People will think more about how to eat, what to wear.
But isn't that part of human nature? Survival instinct?
That is not just about survival instinct anymore. That for me, it is the result of the deprivation syndrome. Because every nation that develops must go through process, must go through sacrifices. There must be certain things that you must give up as a people to say, we want to make this sacrifice for our nation. Look at the story of Singapore. People had to give up a whole lot because somebody had a vision that says, I know that this will work, but for it to work, we need to make sacrifices for today. And they made those sacrifices. Today, Singapore is a city-state, and it is one of the most successful nations in the world today. Where was Singapore in 1960? Where was Nigeria as at the time of independence in 1960? You see the difference? As at that time, Nigeria was loaning nations money. But today, the difference, and the reason for that result is exclusively investing in human capacity development. So, poverty is one of the problems. Ethnicity is also a problem. This whole tribalism, this whole our culture, this is how we do it here, this is how we do it here. That in itself will limit people from harnessing the riches or the value that comes from investing in themselves and developing capacity, to develop. Another thing, majorly, like I call it the ignorance syndrome. And ignorance syndrome here is not ignorance in itself. It's about people who don't know, but think they know.
Okay, that's pretty interesting because it suggests that it's one thing not to know.
Not to know, and acknowledge that you don't know.
So some
people don't know, but
they do not even realize that they don't know. Okay.
And then year in, year out, making progress, growing. It takes the humility to know that I don't know this thing. I need to acquire the skill to know it. I need to get the information to know it. I need to get the knowledge to know it. And when you get the knowledge, you can now apply that information acquired. It is the application of the information that now produces the result. So, but when you don't have any result to produce. So year in, year out, you remain the same. Nations will keep flying over our heads. And look at it, Japan, South Korea, for example, China, like that's even the senior brother. what has led to the development of these nations? Human capacity development. Invest in building technology. And it is people that build technology. It means that some people sat down to research. 10, 15, 20 years research. The things we are seeing now in AI and all these electric cars we are seeing now were things we watched in movies as at 1980 and early 90s. The spaceship, Starship Troopers, how you saw flying cars, how you saw cars that walked on water, you saw cars on EV, they said, these cars are electric cars, it doesn't use gasoline.
And I guess those things were projections back then.
Product of research and research and research and research. What researches are we doing as a nation? Are we preparing 10, 15, 20 years from today? No. We are not. We are busy about politics. And young people are busy on social media, want to become content creators. Wow. It's the truth. So nobody is really looking at what would the world look like in 20, 30 years' time. And the only way we can do that is by investing in research work, building solutions that meet the need of the future when it comes. And that's how we are able to get wealth. That's how we're able to get wealth. So we're not paying that price because of the deprivation, the poverty, the lack of information, the lack of the willingness on the part of government now, for example, to also make certain sacrifices. And if that subsists, everybody becomes complacent and lukewarm. And years will pass.
So don't look.
Months will pass. Days will pass. Still remain the same.
Okay. Okay. I mean, you painted quite a gloomy picture right there. And, I mean,
but it's good. I personally like this show and these conversations we are having because we need to now start having a lot more of these kind of conversations, particularly for my generation, to understand. And the funny thing is that, I'll say this here, I mean, I'm happy that this is the live program. The funny thing is that you can be educated at the highest level and still be wealthy. Yeah. You can, and not everybody must make money from social media.
So, what you're saying in essence is that education is not an antithesis to, wealth making.
No, it's not.
Because that's the impression that we get, nowadays.
And they are selling a narrative that pushes young people out of school, and it's working for some people. But we need to now start talking that no, this message you guys are passing now is wrong. Our children must still go to school. We must still place value on the dignity of labor, as it's called. Okay. We must still place emphasis on building technological capacity and competence. We must still place emphasis on building either academical or non-academical knowledge and skill acquisition. Because a time will come that people will have money and don't know what to do with the money.
So money becomes a problem.
Money becomes a problem.
To its owner.
Yes. And the only way you can know what to do with the money is by sense. Let me borrow your term, common sense. And the only way you can develop that common sense is by acquiring information, knowledge, which is a product of education.
Education and then skill. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Stephen. We have to go on another break. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. The program continues afterwards. Please stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
Okay, welcome back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're discussing human capacity development and its impact on nation building. Now, you made mention of other nations, in comparison to Nigeria, and actually I got curious at some point. Okay, what is it that they are doing right that you think we can take a cue from? In terms of human capacity development?
Firstly, education is very free and cost-effective in most of these countries. It's very accessible. In Nigeria, education is quite expensive, really expensive. So most of those nations, because the government policy backed, investing a lot in and they made it very attractive, even to foreign students to want to go there too. So I think the government can take a cue from that, make education, and the government does not need to give loans really. All the government needs to do is regulate the market, provide subsidies to the institutions by either building research labs or part funding, even to private institutions as well, so that their fees can be heavily subsidized for what you call the common man. Yeah. I see no reason why government institutions should be expensive. Personally, this is me personally talking. And because of the level of deprivation and poverty, people will struggle to go to school. So government needs to invest in that area. And it's not about giving loans. The current government has what they call NEL fund. It's not about that really. It's more about an institutional framework.
Do you think that's making any impact whatsoever?
I mean, I don't want to delve into government business and right. all that, but you look at things sustainably on the long run. I feel that if Singapore says that, in fact, let me not even use Singapore, that's even too far now. Burkina Faso now, as we speak today, now, the current government has an education policy of free education across board to tertiary level. And they have a 50% tuition rate for private institutions. In fact, they are even trying to shut down private institutions in Burkina Faso. Why? So that's to encourage Burkina babes to go to school. I take you back to the early 60s and the early 70s in Nigeria, when Nigeria was still running the regional system of government. What was the powerhouse of the West? Awolowo's free education policy. That was the powerhouse of the West. And that was why the West today seems to be more advanced than other regions in the country. It's education. So if somebody did it then, and it worked, and the region is still supposedly benefiting from it, it means that it's still relevant.
Seems to be superior to the other regions.
Absolutely. So that is still relevant till tomorrow. So government needs to go back to
the drawing board.
That drawing board and invest a lot in education. Whether it is formal education, whether it is informal education, whether it is vocational, whether it is skill, that is where the juice is. That's where it is. I mean, it's just very practical in our eyes. Look at the northern region. They were busy with commerce and business, and they didn't bother about building human capacity development for their people. See where we are dealing with today as a nation. Why is crime rate high from that end? Because of lack of education. And that's the truth. It's the root cause. We can try to politicize it, but that is the fundamental reason why it is so. The average Northern citizen doesn't know what ABCD is. They don't care about it because they were not raised to care about it. They were told, oh, politics, business, mishai, do your thing, make your money, and all that. But back up here, somebody says, I want to give my people free education. And see the difference. Go back to the UAE, Dubai precisely. The current ruler of Dubai said, you know what, I want my people to be the best in everything. And the beginning point, he started investing in education. So we cannot overemphasize the importance, the efficacy of education with nation building and building strong institutions, because it is people that build a nation. And it is the quality of people that determines the kind of nation that will be built. It is people that build a nation. So when you have a nation that is being run by charlatans and illiterates and people who don't even, I don't want to go into some of those, but you can see the results. I was watching something early this morning. Somebody said that Nigerians should go and start frying akara and selling kuli. That is the way they can come out of poverty. See what else? You can imagine in 2026.
The mindset.
A government is saying that the only way people can become self-sufficient and independent, economically viable,
to take up many
go and sell akara
jobs
and sell kuli. Not even saying that, oh, we want to set up Kuli manufacturing factory and run it as a national commodity at scale, because we have the mineral resources, we have the human resources, not that. But saying people can start Kuli subsistent level, what value would that bring to the economy? What value would that bring to the nation? So, and that kind of statement only tells you also the quality of the mind of that person. You see the difference, right? You know, when I did my program in Harvard Business School, part of the thesis they gave us then was to study about Unilever, you know, how Unilever became what it is, and the research work was with Unilever Kenya. And they said that the reason why Unilever blew and became extremely successful was because they practiced what they call inclusive leadership. And that inclusive leadership here is giving everybody a stakeholdership in the business. So a supplier is not just a supplier is also a stakeholder in the business. So more like you have 1% or you have 2% or you have 3% or you have something. So by virtue of your stake in the business, you must ensure the business succeeds. So we need to, and it is also a product of development, education, knowledge. So people who don't have it can't tell you how to become wealthy. They will tell you how to fry akara and kuli.
A simple case of you can't give what you don't have.
You can't give what you don't have. You can never give what you don't have. And it's the truth. Because you don't have it. You have never been able to create wealth. You have not taken time to study, to acquire competence, to acquire capacity, to acquire the skills of knowing how, okay, we have a granite pyramid in the north, for example. How can we commercialize that at a scale that will begin to export kuli to other parts of the world? That we export will bring us foreign direct investment. That investment will bring us more jobs. That more jobs will also create opportunity for further research. What other products can we make out of this? Research will come in. And the more you research, the more discoveries you get. The more products you provide. The more products you provide, the more solution and the more money you make. So Kuli can still drive national development if somebody sits down and does it the right way. That's the truth. As we call it Kuli, as small as it is, it can become an export commodity. We buy chocolates from Europe, from South Africa. Is that not also export commodity? Yes, yeah. Our Kuli too can also be chocolate. True. Yes, that we can export. It's our own. They don't have Kuli in America. But we buy chocolates from them. We export container load of chocolates from America. Who says we cannot export container loads of Kuli from here?
Perhaps our people think that they might not find it, enjoyable.
Try it first. Who knew that you can enjoy chocolate?
True.
And we have black chocolate, which is not so sweet. You have the sweetened chocolate.
And in all fairness, I understand that there are lots of Caucasians who enjoy some of our stuff, some of our products.
If you go, do you know that Nigerian restaurants abroad are the most expensive? Yes, if you go to Europe or you go to Dubai, you want to buy Nigerian food, Nigerian restaurant, it's twice expensive as the normal Arabian food you eat there. Why? Because, you know, anything that is rare is expensive. Yeah, normal economic principle. High demand. So who says that if, and it's not about private individual now, it is a government business. Because only government will have the money to do it at scale. Do you know the thousands of young people that will be employed in those factories? If government says they want to set up one factory in the 6 geopolitical zones, that's 6 factories.
6 factories.
At an average of 100,000 employees. You know what I mean? That's 600,000 employees. Will Nigerian graduates come out of school and be looking for jobs?
Absolutely not.
Do farmers have to worry about their groundnuts? The natural resource is there. Government does not even need to plant it. Farmers are ready. The idea is there. People will plant it in my village. They plant groundnuts every day. You plant it. Government goes and collects as what you call off-takers, and it's distributed across the 6 geopolitical zones. Government does the refining, the packaging, and it's exported. Government is making foreign direct investment directly. I was telling my friend one day, I said, I have a vision of setting up an agro-allied processing plant, you know, here in Edo State, in my place and all that. And basically it's just extracting and refining and packaging what we have here and for export purposes. That will become an income generation revenue source to the government. Someday. I don't know when the day will come, but someday.
Someday, maybe some good time in the
Yeah,
future.
someday.
Now, you are an Edo indigene, right?
Yes,
And we understand that you are from Edo State, and you know, I would like to know what role you have played so far, or you're still playing, or you're willing to play to support human capacity development in Edo State.
Very brilliant, very brilliant. So far, since the beginning of last year, when I decided to go public with my personal development, drive, I've been to Edo State now. This is the 6th time I've been here.
Interesting.
Basically, I've not come here for any other business than, canvassing young people, mobilizing young people to, coach them, talk to them about business, about career development, personal success, and all that. Because I believe strongly that you cannot be a star outside, and in your house there are no stars. I also believe strongly that our stars should not be comedians and content creators only from Edo State. People should see us across the world as producing doctors, engineers, professors, highly intellectual, highly successful, top corporate CEOs. Because suddenly now today, the people that are supposed to be the face of Edo State are comedians and content creators. So it's making it look like all of us in Edo State are, the best of us is content creation and comedy. So I've been taking time to, invest with my personal resources, talking to young people, and we're also supporting some schools, as God will help us to do. I'm also willing to serve my state at whatever level.
Okay.
Yes, I'm willing. I believe
on the government level.
Both
because you don't sound like you are keen on having anything to do with the government today.
No, I don't personally have any interest with being with the government, but yes, in terms of business and commerce, I believe I can serve my people. So I'm also thinking of coming to set up some stuff here and to create jobs here as well. And then, provide this training and mentorship program, this coaching thing for free. Just come.
Wow, amazing.
Talk to my people. And we're doing that already with the Stephen Enike Imachi Global Business Consulting, which is driven like a charity.
Okay.
Based exclusively.
But not a non-governmental
Not a non-governmental job, but just, purely driven like a non-profit, but not to the face of an NGO and all that. Because everything we have done since the inception is entirely pro bono. Meetings we've had, conferences we've had, under that auspices is entirely pro bono. Yes.
Wow, amazing. I must say that's pretty commendable. Now, we're actually pressed for time right now.
Problem.
Time is never a friend on this program. But, lastly, I know you've said a lot about what you're doing, in terms of empowering young people. Now, do you currently have an existing platform that promotes human capacity development?
Yes. The Stephen Enike Imachi Global Business Consulting exclusively does the forte. Under that, we also have the Paradigm Shift Conference, which we've had 2 editions in Lagos last year. We're also having a 3rd edition in September this year in Abuja.
Wow.
So what do we do with that? Purpose vehicle is to converge, I call it a constellation of stars. Gather people together, share secrets and strategies on how to achieve anything you desire to achieve, whether in career, whether in business, whether in politics, anything. So we bring different people, successful people, highly successful, notable people who have track record without any criminal history. Because we have built a brand of credibility. I've done business, God helping me, 12 straight years, and I have not had any financial impropriety or any problem. I've not had any legal issue, nothing. So our brand is entirely heavily based on credibility. So the people we bring to our conferences are people who have genuine story to tell from grass. I don't like to use the word grass to grace, but we call it organic wealth. So we're teaching people how to build organic. You don't have to cut corners, you don't have to steal. They are just secrets you need to know.
Basic secrets.
Yeah, there are secrets that you need to acquire. there are information you need to know to do things different from the way you have been doing them. And so far, we have had over 1,500 young people across board, through our programs. And for the meeting we have coming up in Benin also on Saturday, I'm personally excited about it because we're looking at gathering about 1,000 young people, students. We're talking to them about the journey to becoming. It's also a vehicle to teach, to coach, to mentor them into becoming people who will be useful to the society. Because not everybody can become useful to society.
Okay.
But everybody must become something.
Absolutely.
So our focus is to help people become useful to society.
And to themselves.
Useful to themselves. Useful to their families, useful to their communities.
All right.
Because the more people we have who are useful to themselves and society, the less crime we have.
Yes, the less crime we would have in the society. Dr. Emeka Stephen Oshoke. I hope I got that right. Maybe not in the right order. But
so my name is Stephen Oshoke Enike Matthew.
Okay. Thank you so very much for being on the show. I mean, it's been a very, very interesting conversation so far. I have learned a lot, and I must say, I'm curious to know more about your organization. But once again, I want to say a big thank you to you for being a part of the show. All right, it's been an amazing show. It's been Flipside on Independent Television, and we'll be taking a look at human capacity development and its impact on nation building. I've had Dr. Stephen Emeka right here in the building with me, and we've had a very, very interesting conversation. Now, I believe a word is enough for the wise, so we really cannot overemphasize the need for human capacity development in nation building. It has worked in other nations, and I'm very sure that it can work here in our nation. It's been an amazing show, and I want to say a big thank you to you out there for being a part of the show. My name is Harry Igboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a blessed day ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
certainly the best.
Hello, good day and welcome to WIC Women in Conversation, where this is a table where women sit together to discuss things that are pertaining to the families, to the world in general. We talk about things that we think should be addressed as women. Anyway, today on this table, we will be looking at a very interesting topic that has been making waves in the social media. We're going to be discussing it and try to get our views and opinions of each woman that is seated on this table. You know how interesting this red table is. The red table is a beautiful space for women where we discuss and give it a positive answer. Anyway, with me this day to do this is Esther. Esther is on my right. Esther is on my far left. Esther Unen. Esther is she is an administrator, educationist, and a proprietress. Esther runs a school, and she didn't want me to introduce her that way, but I insisted that the world should know that she runs a school. I knew why I did that. I'll let you know that later, but she is also a proprietress. Esther, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's good to have you here as a proprietress. Of course, Children's Day is coming up very soon, so you're going to come back to this table to tell us more about children. Okay, so let me go to my near left, where we have Dr. Juliet Igwe. Dr. Juliet Igwe is the business person on this table. She is a business and a leadership coach. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have you. And then to my right, I have Gift Fuwera. I hope I pronounced that rightly. Okay, so Gift Fuwera is a professional chef. She's going to be serving us lunch after this program. But anyway, behind the camera, I asked her what Fuwera means, and she says it's a beautiful flower. She's as beautiful as her name. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies, we're going to be looking at relationship with divorced persons, and I decided to bring in this to the table because of what has been making round on the social media pertaining Pastor Peace Ibiyoma. I hope we all know who Pastor Peace Ibiyoma is. She is the wife of Pastor David Ibiyoma. Okay, so during the week, Pastor Peace Ibiyoma was trending online after advising married women not to keep close friendships with divorced women, claiming they could negatively influence their marriages. The pastor went further to lay curses on women who snatch women's husbands, praying that they also will be inflicted with cancers, and even laying curses on the children. I saw the video and I decided that you women should speak about it. I don't want to talk about it. You all have your opinion. I have my opinion about what happened. So you have your opinion on what happened. I'm going to start with you, Esther. I also know you are a pastor. That's why I'm going to start with you. I know that you're a pastor. And this is a woman pastor who had come online advising married women not to have negotiation or not to have friendship with divorced women. And she went on to curse them and curse the children. What's the take on this?
Well, personally, this has to be my personal opinion. Okay. So for me, I don't really think, based on my own personal opinion, that she was right to say, using myself as an example, that I don't have any business to do with women who are divorced. Looking at it critically, it might not be their fault, and going through what has been happening, what if the woman decided to leave the marriage for health
or domestic purposes, domestic violence purposes?
Like we all know and we've been saying. So on that note, will I say, oh, because my sister left her marriage, I should not have anything to do with that? No, for me it's wrong, because it's not her fault. basically it's not our fault. For the sake of life, we all know, instead of a woman dying in that marriage, please leave. So I, as a fellow woman, should not, keep distance from the person. So personally, I don't think that was proper.
As a pastor, is there a sin to divorce? For probably like you said, it could be domestic violence sake. It could be different reasons why a woman decides to divorce. Is there a sin attached to that?
Well, the Bible critically states that God hates divorce. But now, in this situation, under these circumstances that we are finding ourselves, if it has to do with threat to life, they should be separated. They should stay apart, Maybe after a while, after counseling and after advice, they could come together. But at that critical time, that has to do, like we have been initially talked about, domestic violence, the person should stay. They should be separated.
Gift, let me come to you. Okay, this is a heart-touching story. I'm sure the video made so much waves on the social media, and I'm sure you have also seen the video where she laid curse and saying such women that goes around to take people's husband should be infiltrated with cancers. And she also went on to curse the children of such women. What's your take on it? Do you think it was the right thing to do?
Well, for my own personal opinion, that cause wasn't necessary. Yes. And then if I will start from where she said, that we have, relating with divorced people is wrong. To me, I feel maybe because she might be speaking from the position where she is. As
what position?
As a pastor's wife who must have seen a lot of things concerning divorce, and probably for the reason of evil communication. You understand? If you affiliate with divorced people, evil communication, probably she might be talking on that terms. So, but laying curse on somebody who took somebody's husband and even to the children, that is not necessary at all. Because it is not in her state to judge. Yes, it is not in her capacity to judge, because judgments, even let's look at karma. Even if she does not curse, let's just leave everything to karma. Karma will always catch up with anybody that defaults in any way. Okay, so that is,
Dr. Juliet, I know you're a business person, but this has to do with women. This has to do with family. Okay. If you have a sister that is divorced, Pastor is saying that, Pastor Peace Ibioma is saying that you should not associate with your sister. Do you agree with her?
Well, I do not totally agree with her.
But there's a part where you agree with her.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
There's a part where I agree with her, because I want to believe that she's speaking from the perspective of a mother. A mom will always want to advise our children. Just like we are mothers, we advise our children, don't follow this person. This person might influence you. Don't go here, don't go there. So that is the perspective I want to agree with her to a certain percentage. But the fact that even if it's my sister, I shouldn't relate with her, except if that my sister has always been a negative influence on me. Right? But if I know that my sister need help, relating with her in that time of stress, that time of divorce, would actually be what she needed to really rethink her decision for divorcing that man. And maybe through coaching, I'm a leadership coach.
I thought it was just for business. Okay, you do leadership coach too, right? Good.
So through coaching and support and therapy, she might find a common ground with her husband, and that would even help to resuscitate the marriage.
Okay, behind camera, I was discussing with a man, not even a woman, And he said to me, he said, she probably is trying to say out what she's experiencing, but might not be able to, you know, say it as a pastor and as a pastor's wife, not to tarnish their images. But that she might be experiencing, I'm not saying that's true. That's what the man over behind the camera said to me, that she might be probably experiencing ladies in the church trying to her husband. Okay, so she could be speaking from that angle. Do you agree with such scenario?
Well, you know, the thing is that you know, she might be, you know, talking in, you know, with what she is going through.
I'm going to stop you a little bit, Gift. Let's quickly go on a very short break. We'll be right back. When we come back, we'll continue this discussion. Please sit. Come back. It's the table of WIC, Women in Conversation, where we discuss everything pertaining women, children, husband in a little bit anyway. But without the men, actually, we won't have the women. So we also discuss them. I just make them jealous when I say we discuss about them a little bit. We were talking on relationship with divorced persons, and you were saying something before we went on a short break. Please go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, you know, she is a pastor's wife. And most pastors' wives, they go through stuffs that they cannot relate. They cannot share, because they should be the one advising, not them talking about what happens to them. So probably is a grant for her to now appear.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, probably is a grant for her to now, you know, say what is inside. I'm not
say what she has been swallowing.
Yes,
yeah, okay.
You know, so it could be that, and it could be not. It could be not it, because she is a mother that has a lot of people she takes care of, and she could be saying her mind to them, and she could be, you know, advising them on something that they should, you know, also guard themselves about.
Okay, so yes. A lot of Nigerians have this has sparked a lot of reactions from Nigerians. Okay, yes, you want to advise your people as a mother, as a woman, but does it warrant you cussing? Let me start with you, doctor. You're looking at me. Does it warrant you cussing that they will be inflicted with cancer? We all know what cancer is, and then also curse the children. What is the business of the children in all of this? They didn't ask that they should come through, you know, that person, or through a relationship that is of a person's husband. They just found themselves in the woman's womb and having that man as a father. So what's
in fact, that was a no-no for me. You can't afford to curse people on the altar of the Almighty God. In fact, the Bible said you should bless and not curse. No matter the level of provocation, considering her standing, she shouldn't stand at that altar and curse people. That was where she got it wrong for me. Like when I spoke earlier, I said, I agree with her to some certain level. That for that part, it's a no-no. Let karma do its work. If Jesus had cursed all the people that worked against him, I don't think we will have someone like the great Apostle Paul. Because Apostle Paul worked against Christ. In fact, he killed a lot of Christians, but Jesus was still, he saw something that other people did not see. That someone is divorced today doesn't mean that the person is 100% a bad person. And that doesn't mean that the person cannot retrace her step and make the marriage work. So, cursing that person is a no-no for me. She would have stopped at the level of advising even to the people not to, you know, not to go into divorce or snatch people's husband, and leave that cursing part alone. So that is a no-no for me.
Do you think the cause came from a place of a personal interest? Like the man that spoke behind the camera saying she probably is going through a whole lot in her marriage and decided to use that curse to, you know, send a warning to people that she knows and the people that knows her we don't know?
Well, for me, I may say yes and no. Okay? Yes, on the ground that it might not be a person. It might not be. It could be maybe close relations, or as a pastor's wife she is, people from the church that she has close encounter with, and in the course of advising, in the course of ministering, she has heard a lot. So I from that angle, maybe she felt that's the right channel to address people. Don't go about snatching your fellow women's husband. So I see that maybe based on what she must have heard or having close people around her. So that's why I feel it could be she's coming from that angle.
So cursing is okay?
No, I'm not saying it's okay. You asked, is it based on what the person outside behind the camera said? So I'm saying it could be from a personal experience that she came to do that, but it's a no-no for me.
Okay.
She shouldn't have done that. Curse is from God, if at all he wants to. We are not in position to curse anybody. And as a pastor, we're in position to bless. You are to bless your friends, you are to bless your congregation, you are to bless, the people that comes in contact with you. It is not, let me use myself as an example, it's not in my position to curse anybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me come to you, Gift. Okay. Your name is Gift, so you give a lot of blessings. Let me put it that way. Was it right that she asked, or rather she cursed the children? Do you think God will listen to such prayers? We are not God. We are just assuming as humans, and with what we have studied in the Bible. Do you think such curses, like the Nigerians will say, is in all water? Do you think such curses can get anywhere in the presence of God?
Well,
especially for the children.
I'm going to say that in two ways. The two ways I mean is that, because she is a woman of God and she stood upon the altar of God and made that curse even to the children. Like in the scripture, there's a word that says, and God will visit the iniquity of the parents to even to the 10th generation. He was going to visit their iniquity. And several times, so many people have heard in the scripture that God allowed the whole family to go down. Like Korah went down with his family, like the one that wanted to hang Esther and Haman went down with his whole family, So on that, she might be right. Okay, and then the second one, like I said, I'm talking about it in two ways. The second one is, or we have a new dispensation now, and that dispensation is dispensation of grace, that our Lord Jesus Christ has paid it all for us. So I believe that those things are shadows, that have passed. So on this note, the children shouldn't have been involved in that cause.
Okay, so let's come down to, we're just looking at the Christianity aspect of all of this, and then the divorce and all of, and then taking someone's husband. Let's move it to our brothers and sisters in the Islamic religion, where they are allowed to marry more than one wife. In that situation, will you say that someone had come to take someone's husband?
For me, it's their culture, it's their religion. So the women there already know this is what is obtainable in our culture. So the man is not even the woman that goes to meet the man. It's the man that after the first wife, the religion says you can marry up to 4 wives. So it's not the woman that goes to meet the man, it's the man. So in that culture and religion, is acceptable by them. Yeah.
And so you think this cause will not affect such people? Because we're particular about the cause.
She's not referring to the Muslim.
No, she generalized
the
it.
Muslim. You said the man goes to meet
the woman.
Do you think that this husband snatching thing, that is always the woman that goes to the man? Is it not the man that will go and tell the lady, I like you?
That's what I'm saying.
And from there, they start the relationship and the snatching starts.
So for me, that's what I'm saying. The man goes there. So, okay, I understand your question. But you know, in this part of the world, there are women who are consciously snatching the man. Yes.
You speak as if you have seen one before. Can you share? Snatching, consciously snatching. Can you share with us? Deliberately snatching. Okay. Can you share with us?
Well, I've not seen one, but we've heard, of course, we've heard a woman trying to, you know, be nice, going to extreme of doing things that ideally she's not supposed to do. You know, when you try to show, how do we have side chicks? So when you try to show a man some kind of love, when you think the wife is not doing at home, that is a way of, you know,
preparing the snatching.
Yes. I know there are some things you are doing which, as a wife, we all are wives. We know by the time you get up in the morning, running after children and do a whole lot of things, you might not really have that time to give the man.
Let me come down to this. I have seen a story where men walk away from their marriages, from their wives. Okay. And now if a man decides to leave his wife, not even divorced, but you just walk away and, you know, not even giving the wife the reason why you decided to walk away. You just took a walk and leaving the wife with the children. And then years have passed. And then another woman finds him. And decides to marry him. Does this cause also? Because I am particular about the cause.
No, yeah, they of course the cause won't happen because that other woman that came later already was not in the scene at all.
Which other woman would have caused
the wife the husband already?
Abandoning strange woman. She was not aware of any strange woman. So the cause now is on the man alone.
And you know, for the fact that some people enter marriages for some certain reasons. You understand? Because some of these marriages, some people enter transactionally. Maybe the woman has money and he came in, or the man has money, she came in, and now there's no money. You understand? So the man is off. So in the first place, the man did not even, for me, in the first place, in some situation, the man did not even come into the marriage with his heart, with being committed. You understand? Most cases it's like that.
Okay.
Yes.
We've just been told that our time is almost up. So, but one word from every one of us. What is your advice to those that snatches someone's husband?
Please stop it. That is just one word. It's if you snatched someone's husband, just be assured that that same husband will be snatched from you. So stop it, wherever that is involved.
Stop it. Don't snatch someone's husband. To you, what is your advice to the pastor? Pastor Peace Ibioma. What is your advice to her? Continue to curse, or take back the curse and pray for your congregation?
Of course, she has to pray for her congregation. But I want to advise women, married women, take care of your husband. Make him happy, make him comfortable. If you notice that there is snatching going somewhere, let him know that thing he saw there is still here.
Right. So that thing that he saw there is still here. Where will you say those things are for women? Advice to women out there.
Well, I would say that, they should respect their husbands. Yes, and make them want to yearn coming back home, wherever they are. And to those who are snatching husbands, I would say that women, we are the demons of ourselves. We are the witches to ourselves. Please, let's love ourselves. Let's love ourselves.
Okay.
Yes.
Coming from Gift, she's giving us Gift advice. Let's love ourselves. Stop snatching. But you also, Dr. Juliet, also said that let's do those things that brings the men back home to know that those qualities are still in us. Give me one of those qualities that you advise a woman.
Look good always.
She already said respect your husband. Give me one more.
Look good always.
Looking good always.
Respect him.
Give him quality food.
I know you're from Akwa. I know you're from Akwa. I was expecting that. So if you didn't say that, I know you're from Akwa. Give him good food. Anyway, thank you, ladies, for coming on to this program. Esther said, give your husband good food. Very important. I know why I say that. Very important. I know men that don't want to eat outside. You tell them, no, until I get home before I eat. That's because their husbands give them good food. And then their wives give them good food. And then coming from Juliet says, look good, just like she's looking good. There's no way her husband will see her and don't want to say, oh, come back home. And then from Juliet, and from Gift says, respect your husband. It is very important to respect your husband, because when you respect him, he will also respect you. Anyway, this advice I leave with you women out there. Stop snatching other people's husband. Until I see you again, I am Patricia Urumugibos. Thank you for joining us today.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Dion Ebuna zima Dion Obala zima Dion Manawe Mari Esama Dion na Nimado Pom Esama Nimado Beken Esama Ema Dio Warena Esama Magbekenene Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba no get Tony Maga no diami Magame Manido Bekene Denena Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agmo Aropa Ewudori Ima Adia Wogene all the Tiagboyano Emi Magame we need just to know me afar
in Esama in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiates the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosaka Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Onse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, it is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Since May 29, 1999, Nigeria has had 27 years without military interruption. And of course, that's the longest stretch that we have had in our history. Nigeria marked 27 years of uninterrupted civilian rule on June 12, 2026. And it is the day we commemorate the annulled June 12, 1993 presidential election won by Chief MKO Abiola. And in that regard, 27 down the line, we're going to be x-raying and talking about the gains, the challenges, and the current demands of citizens to know what we have benefited 27 years down the line. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
If there should be anything to celebrate, is the gift of life. But for now, in terms of our democracy, there's no dividend to celebrate about. We got our independence about 57 years ago, in 1960, 1st October, in 1960. And the democracy lasted for about 6 years, being truncated by the military government. In the First Republic, then the Second Republic started in 1978 and truncated in 1983. So in that Second Republic, at least Nigeria have a feel of democracy. At that time, we operated in the region, middle region. Then under we have Bendel State that time. Those parties, UPN and NPP, they have manifestos. The UPN being headed by Abu Ali. And what are the first manifestos? Talking about free education, free healthcare, social welfare, and employment for everybody. And at that time, I also benefited. I benefited, I feel. I was in school then, those they have entitled to free education, have entitled to free books. Then after that time, it was truncated by the military. In 1998, we got the Fourth Republic. From Fourth Republic till now, which make it 27 years of unadapted democracy. The people representing us are not representing the masses. The true democracies enthroned citizenship. You enthroned the office of citizenship. It gave us ownership. As of today, the 215 million Nigeria, we are not claiming ownership of Nigeria because the government is supposed to belong to the people, according to Abraham Lincoln. He said democracy is supposed to be the government of the people and for the people. If we must ask a question, even people that listen to me, is the democracy belong to you? Does the power effort to you? We're supposed to employ the people. But in 1999, or this Fourth Republic, so the democratic system, people that represent us in each of the parties, do they have a manifesto? Go and check. Harry S. Truman, the President of America, also told you, say, how do you know a democracy that is working and the one that is not working? He said nobody can get rich in politics. He said when the society, when the wealthiest and the richer people in the societies are politicians, he said that society is fundamentally corrupt. It's not democracy. What can we say we are benefited in Edo State or in Nigeria? And you know, Setman was kidnapped at Airport Road, no security. What offense does it commit to be in Nigeria? In Nigeria, we're traveling for vacation in Kevel. They were deported, called green passport. Got a call from Tripoli. They say all Nigeria must go because of our green passport. So number one, true democracy and true citizenship, anywhere we go. But as of today, nothing to celebrate. And if I must give advice, any people that must come into the system, in those days for you to become a representative or candidate for any party, you must have something to offer, or be educated. But today, what can we say? out of the 36 states in the country, how many governors can you say is representing actually the true color of the citizenship? Where your governance is never what the gate man that could be teaching your children. Go and find out the issue of Abu Saleh in his days. Nigeria, they benefited it. Go to the west, a lot of people feel them. When the government was intoxicated, do you see any Abu Saleh having a house? In present day, they go and see all people representing all the governors, even for the House of Senate. The bill they are passing to favor them, not to favor the citizens. So we need to advise our people. In 2027, actually, I'm still worried if the democracy can still work, because the people that are in charge of the elections, who planted them, who mandated them, it's the same people. So I just pray that in 2027 we'll have a good democracy. But this 27 years of democracy not to benefit. Not to benefit. I cannot to benefit. The only benefit we can benefit is the air we are breathing, which is given by God. All the political children that are in university, the governors' children that are in university. What can you talk about? Primary health care. Go to private government hospital. You can't pay the bill. My father retired as a military officer for 30 years in the military. What does he benefited? But not today. People now, this Fourth Republic, what we practice today is not democracy. We practice 3 types of democracy in Nigeria now, which are called not democracy. 1, we practice bureaucracy. 2, we practice lootocracy. 3, tifocracy. They borrow, they loot, and they use it for their family. That's what we are practicing today. That is why Harris Timmer told us, he said you can't get rich in politics. And when the society is full of your wealthiest people in societies are politicians, he said that society is corrupt. So what we are seeing in Nigeria is corruption, nothing to celebrate apart from the gift of life. We just pray and hope for 2027 for a better country, so that the citizens who voted for the people, because the power belongs to the citizen. And when the government fear the people, there's democracy. And when the people fear the government, it's tyranny. Today, what are we talking about? Can you speak out? In those days, in America, we say we the America. We the America. Why? Because the power belongs to the citizen. Can Nigeria say we the Nigerians? When you speak against the government, before you know, they say so you would DXS and arrest you. So democracy belongs to the people. But in Africa, in Nigeria, here, it doesn't work. We need to celebrate. We hope for a better country. We want transparent election. We want fairness, equity. We want security. We want social welfare. And the only thing we also benefit before, which was the subsidy, it will be removed to benefit the people on top. So if we can have a credible election, when the people were elected come through a rightful process, they will have interests of the people at heart, which have given mandates to the citizens and the right of the people.
We are not enjoying anything from the democracy. This is not democracy at all. Because why? The democracy we know before, you can travel around 3, around 4, around 5. People are no longer traveling through the land again. Everybody is not taking flight. It's not everybody that have money to avoid a flight ticket because the road is not safe. If you travel by the road, maybe in the 2 hours or 3 hours time, they will start calling your family for ransom. So we are still begging the federal government and the Edo State government to please, they should beef up this security so that we can be able to sleep with our 2 eyes closed. Well, we can still thank people like the OC Anti-Kidnapping and the DPO Urban Market and New Benin for still providing security to still make sure that people are still coming out to do 1 or 2 things. The OC Anti-Kidnapping pin it down somewhere in a black spot to make sure that they can solve most challenges that we are facing this period. At least we are still begging the Edo State government to please to mobilize people like the vigilante and the rest. Even as I speak with you now, people are dying somewhere. It's like there's a lot pricing in Nigeria just because our own zone is very comfortable for us. There are some places that people are running for their dear life. People are dying as I'm talking to you now. So we are still begging the federal government to look into this insecurity matter. Not only at those states, not only Benin, everywhere.
I want to first say congratulations to Nigerians for 27 years of unbroken democratic or civil rule. Let me not say democratic rule, civil rule. Because to say democratic rule, you will mean that there are all the indices of a democracy are there. What I see here is we have had civilians in charge, no doubt about that. So we can say 27 years of unbroken civil rule, but to say 27 years of unbroken democratic rule, I would think that would be a stretch. A democracy actually entails a government by the people, where the people are the ones in charge and in power. The question is, in the last 27 years, have Nigerians been in power? Can we say that we have a say in what happens in our government. Because the government where those in charge can tell you that this is what will happen, and whether the people agree or not, it doesn't matter. I do not think that is a democracy that we should be celebrating as a democracy. How did June 12th come about? Because we are celebrating June 12th as our democracy day. They even mentioned the late Chief MKO Abiola and celebrated him, but they didn't mention the issues that led to Chief MKO Abiola being celebrated as June 12th hero, as democracy hero. The man is being celebrated because he won a very democratic process of election, a people decided election. He won that election, but the powers that be did not allow him to sit on his seat as the president of the federation, as it were then. So that is why we are celebrating June 12th as Democracy Day today, to commemorate, to remind us of that day, so that we make changes, so that when we want to go astray, we remind ourselves of what has happened before and what should not be allowed to happen again. Because these days, I see a lot of factors that are repeating June 12th every day. We repeat every time we want to do election, we do everything to frustrate the will of the people. And exactly what the military did then. We are only calling June 12th and celebrating the MKO Abiola because it was a military government that frustrated the will of the people. What about the civilians that are frustrating the will of the people today? Have we talked about them? Are we dealing with their issues, how they are frustrating the will of the people? What about the courts? Are we also looking at how they are interfering with the will of the people? Because if we say the military interfere with the will of the people, that is why we are celebrating June 12th, to say it should not happen again. Have we put in place, machineries in place to say other institutions, other powers, other factors should not also interfere with the will of the people? Because presently you have cases where everybody is saying we voted for Mr. A, but when the court decides, you see even D, it will not even be B or C, you see D sitting there in power. And you need to ask how he got to that stage. You don't know. It's factors that vitiate democracy have interfered with that process. So I think it's high time we look at those factors, correct them, so that people can actually be the source of power, not power being the source of power. Because what we have today is, once you win election, you become the source of power. You are the doer and say, oh, you are an emperor. We have emperor kind of system, government, where no matter what the people want, it is nothing compared to what the government says. For heaven's sake, if we were running a government, a people-powered government, a people-backed government, where people's will actually count, you won't be hearing of trillions of naira missing, and NPC cannot account for it. A senator will speak about it. That senator will be the one that will be vilified. Now the entire Senate that is supposed to be the conglomerate of the people, the representative of the people, who will leave the issue, which is our missing trillions of naira that has not been accounted for by NNPC. The Senate will now concentrate on who's going to say it. How did he say it? He said it in a way that cast doubt that rubbish NNPC. A senator stood up and said, oh, NNPC is a representative of Nigeria. If you say NNPC is a thief, Nigerians are thieves. So that's what the senator was concentrating on. It's not the fact that trillions of naira, monies that is enough to take care of a whole generation of Nigerians, is missing. That's not what is bothering senators. What is bothering the representative of people who say they are the arm of the democracy, that represent the people, because the National Assembly, the legislature, is the arm of the government that represent the people. So if you say you are representing the people, as a representative of the people, would it be your place? Would that be your issue? What you should be worried about? That they talked about you in a defaming manner. They talk about NNPC in a defaming manner. And for heaven's sake, if you steal money, you do not have character to be protected. So this attempt to, don't defame somebody's character. For heaven's sake, if you steal money, you are a thief. If you cannot account for money that is placed in your custody, you should be called a thief, nothing less. That is the truth. If trillions of naira pass through your hands and couldn't get to where it's supposed to get to, for some reason or the other, it has not been accounted for, you are a thief. People should be allowed to say it. And until we get to that stage, we are not in a democracy. There's a place where democracy operates. You look at a person who is ruling and tell him you have not done well. You tell him, the people say you have not done well. That's where we say democracy is actually taking place. But when we have government that the government is the law, is the Lord. Whatever they say becomes the law. It's a problem. So it's high time we redirect ourselves. No country has ever sat down to say, oh, let's fold our hands and pray. No country has done it. The way it is done, the government, the public institutions act with facts and figures and their hands, their tools. That's how they make progress. We have security challenges. The Minister of Defense is telling us that, oh, because there's a war, there are so many wars all over the world, we cannot buy weapons. Why, for heaven's sake, after the First and Second World War, every nation went into weapons building, weapons development. That's why you have R&D department in every sector, every nation. How to build your own weapon. You don't hold on to the weapons that you collected from the British in 1950 something and 1960 something. As at this time, you would have improved so much so. We have immediate problems. See, it is a man that has solved today's problem that will live for tomorrow. If you don't solve today's problem, you can't live for tomorrow. Insecurity is expounding every day. It's as if the criminals are learning that, oh, nothing will happen, so let's just take the day. How many people will die in kidnappers' custody before we wake up and say, no, enough? For heaven's sake, I do not see any reason why we still have military men and policemen paid by taxpayers escorting VIPs. It's high time we have opened up some private security firms that are attached to the military and police. They must be guarded and attached to this national security institution that will have the ability to carry weapons, and they will be well trained, so that those are the ones that will guide VIPs. They should guide VIPs, our courts, our banks. Let them go and guide, so that the police and the military can face their core duty. The citizens are not asking for too much. Give us security. If you give us security, Nigerians are ingenious in themselves. They will fight their own fight. See, Nigerians have started solving the problem of power, even though it is the government that ought to solve the problem of power. The primary problem Nigerians are facing now, which they cannot solve by themselves, the primary problem is insecurity. That one, governments must solve it for us. There are secondary problems like roads, power, health. Those ones come next. If you solve these first four, the other peripheral ones, the tertiary ones, they will follow naturally. But solve these first four.
1993, June 12 was a milestone. I recall leaving Benin that day by 12 o'clock to help women to go and vote with my 504. There was an expectation it was cancelled, fair enough, for whatever reason. There were protests here and there. At the end of the day, Abacha stepped aside. Democracy was restored in 1999. I can assure you, what we had before 1999 is better than what we have today. There is no progress. It's retrogression. You can't from here go to Abuja now by road, kidnappers. It's insecurity. A liter of fuel is now 1,350 something. Many people cannot ride motors. Children are now roaming the streets. No school. It's a sad development. Yet we are making money in this country. Who is eating the money? What's the senator do with 50 million? Children now here hawking pure water in the street. Is that democracy? That's why fella call it demonstration of Chris. We are not moving forward. We are backward. Is it the life Awolowo plan, Ezekwe plan, Ojukwu plan, Ali plan, Ugbamurian plan? Today we are no road, no water, no light, no security. That's the worst of all. They come to your house, they go to school and carry children, go to church and carry church member, go to mosque, and we say we are security. But as far as I'm concerned, the word democracy is a fraud in Nigeria. We are not moving forward. Instead, we are backward. The present administration have no reason to address your demand because they are not interested, man. It's not their business. How can they are kidnapping children in detention in Bomosho and over. President Buhari went to East and distributing vehicles to women leaders. Instead of giving money to release the children, he went to distributing motor in the East. Where is he working? What is his salary, man? Is that democracy? Is that representative government? It's a government of retrogression and backwardness. As far as I'm concerned, we are not making any progress. Where we were is better than where we are now.
In the past 27 years of democracy, we have seen some, positive aspects, and then those positive aspects have to do with something like, for instance, in the first time in our, democracy and in Nigeria, we are having 27 years of civil rule, which has never happened before. It has always been coup from one coup to the other. And now it is very clear that people understand very clearly that it is no longer, a military regime as usual. So it has also given people, freedom of expression. Unlike before, Sani Abacha regime where you don't have freedom of speech, but now you can speak to the government as you like. So all these are part of the democracy that we have. But for me, I think democracy is working, but it's not giving the dividends effect that the citizens deserve. To be sincere, I would say that civilian regime is far better. Yes, we know that there have been so many disappointment for the citizens, but I can tell you for a fact that if in a society where you do not have freedom of speech, freedom of expression, where you cannot do anything except a decree is made, or when a decree is made you cannot go against it, that is not a society, and we should be living in a more civilized society now. So I believe that civilian rule is far better. Basically, I want to talk about the challenges. I did mention that yes, we have made some good headways in civilian rule, but we have some of this disadvantage that has actually tried to put the citizens on their nails. For instance, let's look at economy. Economy happens to be the highest of it all, because economy has made so many things to go far higher, beyond the common man's reach. If you take a look back in 2023 or 2020 or thereabout, you find that the economy was far better than this, 100%, because as at that time you could get a bag of rice for just 8.5, and now a bag of rice is 60,000, 65,000, 70,000. So you could see that the decay in the economic system is so bad, and that has actually eaten so deep, and it has actually made the citizens not to have that trust, not to have that strength and that belief for the government, because all they've been saying all along is to see that the government is not putting the policies that could affect the poor people, and some of these policies that the government put in place do not really affect the rich. It only affects the poor. So all these things put together are reasons why you tell that the citizens are feeling very, very bad, and the citizens are really not asking for much. Nigeria is a very, very hard-working country. We all know. If the government is able to provide just few things, like for instance, road, security, electricity, I'm sure that can go a long way. I mean, you could imagine that for the past 1960 point, we've not been able to get 24 hours electricity, which is so bad. We don't have road. Insecurity everywhere. Because of this road, it also contributes to insecurity, because if all the roads are good and people can move freely, and you find out that this bandit or whatever they are, they cannot be easily they cannot easily come out, because it will be easy for the security agent to get to them immediately. So all these contribute to some of the the pains that the Nigerian people are feeling, and it's a big disadvantage that I believe that the government should look deep into that.
Well, so far so good. We have seen the bad, the good, the ugly, and we are still surviving. We cannot accurately say it has not been good, but rather it has not been a bed of roses, because looking at from 1999, we have had change of government from one party to another as well. Authoritatively, I can say that Nigeria has fared better, because the best is still yet to come, because democracy as it stands is still better than military dictatorship rule. Be that as it may, Nigeria, under this present democratic rule, which have lasted for 27 years now and is still counting, I will say that the citizens have enjoyed the dividends of democracy to some extent. Take, for example, from the time of now former President Olusegun Obasanjo, came with the use of mobile phones. And I'm very, very pleased to say that that was a plus to that government. And then, as President Olusegun handed over to Yaradua of blessed memory, we begin to enjoy the dividend of democracy as it relates to reduction in fuel pump price and what have you. But unfortunately, that regime came to an end by reason of the death of President Yaradua, and Goodluck Ebele Jonathan took over. And again, we were enjoying it. I could remember vividly at the time before the election that ousted Jonathan, cement, a bag of cement was reduced to even 1,000 naira as at that time. So I can also say that is part of the dividend of democracy, even though it was a pre-election year or before the general election of 2015 that we enjoyed that. I think it was then the batting was taken over by a new political party headed by President Muhammadu Buhari of blessed memory. Well, I can say from there on, we all know the story. That from one turbulent time to another, and then came the insurgency, the banditry, the kidnapping, and what have you. It has not been so palatable. Again, one would have expected that Nigeria, with its democratic system, things would be going from bad to good, from good to better, from better to best. But the reverse has been the case. For example, in this country, you sink borehole just to get water for yourself. You pay exorbitant price in getting generating set and fuel to power it. To mention but a few things you do for yourself, and at the end of the day, you will still pay tax. I pay tax. So I know for sure that it has not been easy, and the citizens expect the best from our government. Looking at the way those who govern us live in a kind of flamboyancy, they have a lot of assets to have money and spend at will, and they live in affluence, and that tells us that Nigeria is good, but the citizens are not looking good on it. So I want to say here and now that if the government actually wants to make democracy enjoyable to all of us, they should make things better, which I know they have the power to do because they themselves are enjoying it. So we, the citizens, need to enjoy it too.
June 12, 2026, considered as a day for reflection, honoring June 12 heroes and renewing our commitment for democracy. But the dominant public conversation is what has democracy delivered, with security, accountability, transparency, national unity, poverty, and economic major demands of citizens, which is expected to be addressed and tackled as soon as possible by the government in order for us as citizens to be able to live and enjoy our lives as Nigerians and be able to say we have a country we call our own. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji saying to you many thanks for watching.
ITV, certainly the best.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking that's about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something. You have to be
They
smart.
can't sit
If
down.
you see when they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of 2 local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon on the program Woman to Woman. I'm Adisuwa Sawagye. We sincerely apologize for coming on behind schedule due to some technical issues we're experiencing. My guest is actually joining me via Zoom this afternoon, and we're having 1 or 2 little, technical issues. We will rectify that, and then we'll come and talk to you briefly. All right? We want to look at why it's so difficult for women to take a walk or find somehow to have a redress when they are going through a lot in marriage, like domestic violence, that can come in whatever form, in every form as the case may be. So today I'm going to be speaking briefly with Grace Ijoma Ume, who is a seasoned journalist and of course a legal practitioner and a marriage counselor. But let's quickly take a break. I'm Adisuwa Sawagye. Let's quickly take a break and we'll be back shortly. Please bear with me. Please do.
Happy birthday.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin, the strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
All right, sometimes things like this just happen. You cannot predict what network would do to you. And all you have to do is just keep working. Like they say, the show must go on. And so this show must go on regardless of the number of minutes we're going to use. So we will try our best possible to be impactful. The lady with the golden pen is up to the task. So Gracie Joma-Ome, how are you doing this afternoon?
I'm fine. How are you too?
I'm good. I'm good. So quickly, keeping it real, keeping it smart, keeping it okay, and all of that. Give me a quick answer. Marriage, should it be a do or die affair?
No, I don't think so. Marriage shouldn't be a do or die affair. Marriage is a union between two persons, and it is meant to be enjoyed, not endured. But the common thing these days, like sister, is that people are enduring and give you certain good reasons in quotes why they should endure rather than enjoy marriage. And
tell us, what are the reasons why you think women should enjoy and not endure? Why do women endure in the face of serious violence, whether verbal abuse, physical, emotional, financially, and all of that? We have come to realize that some women are just roommates with their husbands, nothing they happen. So why should a woman stay?
Yes, they will tell you first that they have children. They are staying behind because of the children. They wouldn't want the children to be subjected to certain abuse because once they walk away from that tormentor's environment, then the children will, suffer it. And I do not think that's right because whether you stay or you do not stay, these children will live. That's L-I-V-E. They will be alive. And you will see them. And sometimes you walk away and you see that your children are doing well. So some of them will tell you, even people with grown-up children that have already reached the age of self-determination, they will tell you, I cannot live, or my children are still young. Children that are above 18, above 20, 21, they are still young, and you have to live there and go through hell because you want to protect your children. I think that is wrong. And then some of them have bought properties with their partner, their husband, and then they have this joint ownership of property, and they want to stay and protect their inheritance, so to speak. And they say, I'll stay because if I leave, what will happen to the property we jointly own?
Okay.
So many excuses. Then the society ridicule. They say stigmatization. They say, if I leave, people will say I've left marriage, I'm a divorcee. And society will classify me as a divorcee. Many women don't want that, so they will stay and endure. So these are just some of the flimsy excuses that we hear in the society every day.
So go ahead, please. Just go ahead.
We are not saying that divorce is to be encouraged. No, we are not encouraging divorce. But when it gets to a point where a woman has suffered several ordeals and she knows that she has gotten to the boiling point, in fact, the doctors are even telling her another push and then you will die. Then it is time for her to take a long walk without looking back. And then by the time she takes the walk, the law will give her the needed protection. The Ministry of Women Affairs is there. FIDA is there. That's the Women's Federation of Women Lawyers. The law has guaranteed her safety in a way to protect her rights. The right of property acquisition, the right to access her children, and then the stigmatization of society. Just attack yourself. Tell yourself that you must be alive before you think of what society thinks about you. So the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law prohibits that a woman should get to that point, that boiling point, where she cannot take it anymore, and the doctors are telling her, one more strike to your head from your partner, and you're dead. Then the law gives her the freedom to walk away. We always preach, live in order to live. That is what we preach. And so many women are assimilating that like one of those words you say every day, but that we don't mean it. No, we mean it. For instance, I am in marriage. If at a point in my marriage, and I can't take it anymore because I've been abused, I've been violated, my dignity as a person has been violated, then I will walk away. We have also got properties together, and then I will go to the law and ask the law, what rights are available to me over my property that I jointly bought with my partner. Then the law will give me the access to take certain steps, to take my own part of that property. So it is ignorance actually that has made women to endure certain turmoil in marriage, and they think.
Okay, this ignorance now, lady with the golden pen, I like to call you that because that's what we know you are. Yes. Okay, this ignorance now, it's not an excuse in law and should not be an excuse in marriage too. So how can a woman strive? Because it's easy for you to say you're enlightened, you're educated, you know what you want and how to get it. But some women really don't know what they want. I was talking to somebody the other day about the case of Osinachi, Shimite, and a couple of others, which made national headlines. Nigeria and abroad, you know, people talked about it. There were stories about it everywhere. A lot of women know this, but yet they still stick to that excuses you had them made just now that you highlighted. So, what is the way forward? How do we get women to start believing in themselves? Education has got nothing to do with this, whether the woman is educated or not, whether she's enlightened or not. It has just got nothing to do with it. But I think it's more of a societal, more of a religious, or more of a family thing. So how do we get women to get past this channel and begin to make it real? And then the place of prenuptial agreement in all of this. So I've asked you like two questions in one.
Yes, I think that like our people will say, you don't learn how to use your right hand when you are already old. But then we can start something with our daughters.
Okay.
And then for women who are already in marriage, we can start enlightening them on their fundamental human rights. We have to create awareness. Start with our girl child. Tell the children that they have rights. The girl child has rights. She has a fundamental right. As she grows up, like the word says, she will not depart from it. Let them be equipped. Let them know their rights as human beings first, and then their rights as girl children. Then the women in marriage who are already in marriage and going through turmoil, they also need to know their fundamental rights. Because a woman walks away from a marriage she has suffered to build a house with a man, for instance, and she thinks that's the end of the world. But in the law, there's provision for you to get an affidavit after the divorce proceedings and then ask for separation of your property, or ask for the property to be dispensed accordingly, going by the law. Then the court will now decide, are we going to sell, or are you going to do, you want to let the property, for instance, that is, rent it out. How do you get your tenancy rates and all that, your rentals? So these are things the woman can discuss with her lawyers, because many of them don't know. They say, if I go now, this property we built together, what happened?
Okay.
You know, once a marriage has been severed, a woman can still claim what is hers.
What if her name is not? What if her name is not on the property? You know, like most women are falling victim. Yeah, I can tell you that for free. Most women are falling victim to this issue of property and all of that. When her name is not on the property, you say Mr. and Mrs. Assuming I'm a man, I don't say Mr. and Mrs. Adesuwa. Anybody can be Mrs. Adesuwa, for goodness sake.
Instances where a marriage was severed, and both and the couple, they went to court over their property, and it was discovered that the woman's name wasn't on the property. But then the receipt for buying cement, the receipt for buying rod, the receipt for buying granite, sand, and all that, the receipt for even buying file, she had them, and her names were there.
Fantastic.
And that was where the judgment was based.
Fantastic.
That you are joint owners of this property, and then the property will be dispensed accordingly.
Lucky that woman.
How do you want it to be dispensed? You know?
Okay.
So there are instances like that. So women do not just walk away.
Okay.
Because that's the fear of majority of the women who are going through domestic violence. They say, how can I walk away?
All right, in just a minute, Ijoma, before we go, what is the role of prenuptial agreement in marriage? Just in one.
So many men.
Just a minute.
So many families.
Okay.
So many families will tell you that we are African. Prenuptial agreement before we walk down the aisle is alien to Africa.
Just
they tell you and they will beat their chest to it that it's alien to Africa. So if a man do not condescend to signing such prenuptial agreement with you, then what do you now resort to when there is an issue of...
So at the rate we are going now, would you say that prenuptial agreement is okay or not okay?
It's okay where you know that this man comes from a family of disputants who will eventually leave you dry out there in the sun.
Okay.
So it's okay when you know, and some people have not even had courtship and they walk down the aisle.
Okay,
so for some people, I think they should consider prenuptial agreement.
Okay.
I think so.
So in a violent marriage now, a marriage that is riddled with violence and all of that, should a woman take a walk or remain?
Come again, I didn't hear
that. I
said
in a relationship where violence is the order of the day, whether violence on the man or violence on the woman, should partners stay put in such a relationship, or they go their way before they buy each other?
Whether it's the woman violating the man or the man violating the woman, it's violence. Violence is violence.
Okay.
And violence, it's not it's not only about the feminine gender. It's also about the man. I know of a woman who beats her husband. She beats him blue and black. So that kind of man should walk away, because she could actually kill him. We have instances of women killing their husband.
All right, Grace Ijoma, mate.
The woman tells you she has one belt. There is one popular belt they mentioned in Taekwondo. And
maybe she's a black belt. I need to go and learn that Taekwondo too. Yeah, I should
learn.
learn.
You learn it, and you unleash terror on your husband. And if I say food, you will say,
now I get strong boom. All right, Grace, thank you so much for finding time to be with us on the show. We're going to do this again, okay? And hopefully, network will be so friendly for us to flow. Thank you so much for the patience and all of that, okay?
You're welcome.
All right, we'll see you again soon. All right, guys, this is our show today, and we apologize earlier on, and we will do this again, okay, when network is favorable. All right, don't die inside your relationship. Be a man or a woman, all right? Take a walk. You know, you can take a walk for a few months, maybe come back again, and if it's not working, seek redress in court. We need you to stay alive. We'll see you again. Bye-bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
When I was younger,
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
ITV, certainly the best.
One thing I understand about BP is high blood pressure. My BP is okay now.
What's your BP again?
It's 0 level.
I understand BP is like something that can come and take care of any individual at any time, and your system will just go high. At times, you cannot understand what is now happening to your system. Do you know your BP right now? Actually, I'm not a doctor, but I know my BP is fine.
Stress is the body's physiological and psychological reaction to challenges or demands. It is generally categorized into 3 main temporal types: acute, episodic, and chronic, and 2 co-emotional types, positive and negative. Strangely, in Nigeria today, many families are under immense pressure, most especially the men, fathers and mothers, due to harsh economic realities and unsustainable source of livelihood finds it difficult to cope mentally, physiologically, socially, morally and financially. This puts immense pressure on the family, hence the society. Some lack the financial muscle to go to the hospital whenever they feel overwhelmed by severe headache, body aches and pains, opting for placebos like pain relief medication to ease the pains, unaware that the blood pressure has shot up. Perhaps requires medical attention to bring it back to normal. A man wakes up in the morning, considered hale and healthy, only to slump and die without noticeable medical analysis. A woman can be overjoyous and bubbling one moment, and the next moment she is pronounced dead after being rushed to the hospital. Stress is real, and the way you choose to handle it determines how far you will live as an individual on planet Earth. Some Nigerians do not see the need to go for medical checkup irrespective of their age, status and religion. Many, due to financial constraints, may not want to risk the money for feeding the family for medical expenses. The rise in cases of insecurity in the country is not even helping matters. Nigerians are always exposed to various degrees of stress each day, accumulating to what might one day lead to an irreversible health issue, and if not properly checked, might lead to terminal disease that will eventually end the life of such an individual. Unmanaged or unregulated stress leads to high blood pressure, which by all standard is a silent killer. Many are unaware of the dangers they are exposed to on a daily basis due to inability of individuals to dictate the imbalance in their blood pressure, which might not come with any sign or symptom until it's too late. For some, due to religious beliefs, they do everything possible to avoid hospitals. Some have this mental block of what you do not know cannot kill you. Alas, all this means of postponing the inevitable.
High blood pressure is a killer disease. In this part of the world, most people are ignorant. You will see an average black people, they will tell you they don't have that high blood pressure. It doesn't ring bell. Some say it's hereditary anyway, but most of the thing that's going to be problem, pressure, as the name implies. Because if you are bored and you have a series of problems, you are unable to manage all these problems, your blood pressure will rise. And when it rises to a particular percentage, death can arise. You can go paralyzed, you can develop stroke. So my advice to people today is that don't wait until when you fall sick before you try to take your blood pressure. There are a lot of hospitals today in Nigeria that offer even blood pressure check for free. So I advise people to always check their blood pressure so that they don't wait until when the thing has gone to a stage where they will be running up and down before consulting medical facilities. At my age, I am 58 by now. If I tell you my blood pressure is so amazing. My blood pressure is 120/80. Just like when I go to the hospital and I tell the doctors about my blood pressure, they say my blood pressure look like that of children. So my blood pressure is very normal. The problem a lot of people have is that you see, when we say blood pressure is normal, it's 120/80. It's within the range. The most especially the down one of it is what we need to pay more emphasis to, because the downward, the moment is above 100, that means your life is at risk.
Coping with stress in Nigeria requires active management of economic pressures, traffic and demanding workplaces, effective strategies including setting strict boundaries, practicing deep breathing, maintaining a healthy lifestyle, and leaning on community networks. Professional mental health support is also increasingly accessible through local digital platforms. Managing stress in the Nigerian context involves a combination of personal, environmental, and structural approaches. First, financial and economic management budgeting. With rising living costs, prioritize essential expenses and strictly cut off non-essential. Multiple income streams. Explore side hustles or digital skills that can be managed from home to ease financial anxiety. The second way to manage stress, physical and mental wellness, limit stimuli. Disconnect from news and social media at least 2 hours before bedtime to prevent information overload. Breathing and meditation. Use a 3-3-3 rule in moments of panic. Identify 3 objects, 3 sounds, and move 3 body parts. rests and routine. Prioritize a consistent sleep schedule, 7 to 8 hours, and make time for regular physical exercise. For diet, reduce heavy caffeine and alcohol intake as they can mimic or exacerbate anxiety.
There is a need for everyone to always go for medical checkup, because we always preach and let the patient understand the fact that prevention is better than cure, and knowing your body health status will enable you know what to do to prevent the complication of some certain disease conditions that are not curable. And the very important one of these disease conditions that are not curable include hypertension, diabetes, asthma, and so many other ones that are though not too common. Hypertension is a disease defined as the force of blood pushing against the arterial wall becoming persistently high. It therefore means that the heart will not be overworking or overloading itself, which can result to some certain complication that may result to demise or death of the patient.
Walk and traffic commute strategies. If living in hubs like Lagos or Abuja or even in Benin City, use offline or localized traffic apps to plan routes and avoid peak rush hours. Listen to calming audio or podcasts during unavoidable gridlock. Workplace boundaries. Learn to politely say no to extra workloads when feeling overwhelmed, and avoid stretching work hours into your personal life.
Quite a number of persons are living with hypertension and it's not diagnosed, meaning that they are not even aware that they are living with hypertension until complication will start coming up, which may result to the patient's death. According to World Health Organization, 46% of people with hypertension are living with it undiagnosed. Generally speaking, there are two types of hypertension. We have the primary hypertension and we have the secondary hypertension. The primary hypertension is refers to the essential hypertension. It therefore means that the cause of hypertension is not identifiable. The cause of hypertension is not known. However, it starts by gradual build-up of the blood pressure until it reaches a level that will not cause the patient to not becoming hypertensive. Other than the primary hypertension, we still have what we call the secondary hypertension. There are some certain disease conditions that somebody may have that will not cause his or her blood pressure to become elevated. For example, people that has adrenal gland tumor, which includes pheochromocytoma or primary aldosteronism or Cushing syndrome, as the case may be. All these are hormonal gland disease that may result to somebody not becoming hypertensive. Not only that, people that has thyroid gland disease that may suffer what we call thyrotoxicosis, they can have hypertension. Not only that, people that suffer stress, what we call type A individual, such people also will become hypertensive. Clinically, we divide hypertension into three groups. We have what we call the mild, moderate, and severe. Mild, moderate, and severe. It depends on the reading of your blood pressure. That will enable us to know whether it is mild, moderate, or severe. The blood pressure is measured in millimeter mercury. The upper one, when you take your blood pressure, when you go to any hospital and they use a sphygmomanometer, which is this clinical instrument to measure your blood pressure. These are the two clinical instruments that we use to measure the blood pressure. This is a sphygmomanometer and this is a stethoscope. So when the blood pressure reading is taken, they will always tell you the numerator, which is the upper value. The upper value is the systolic blood pressure, while the lower one is called the diastolic blood pressure. Your normal blood pressure should fall between 110 to 120 systolic. 110 to 120 systolic. That is, your blood pressure can be 120, it can be 110, it can be 105, it can be 115 as the case may be. Then the lower value is between 70 to 80. 70 to 80, it should fall within that range. That is to say that the normal blood pressure can be 110 over 80. it can be 120/80 millimeter mercury. So if your blood pressure at any point in time now goes above 140/90, if your blood pressure now falls above 140/90, that is, if the systolic, the upper value is more than 140 millimeter mercury, and the down part is more than 90 millimeter mercury, it therefore means that you are becoming hypertensive, and there's a need for you to be told of some certain things you have to do to ensure that the blood pressure returns back to normal. And there are some certain risk factors that will cause somebody to becoming hypertensive. And one of those risk factors is age. Most often than not, people that are 55 years and above, they just become hypertensive. Even in that initial, they were never hypertensive at the beginning. The family history, it therefore means that hypertension was in the family. When your father is hypertensive or your mother was hypertensive, there's a tendency for the hypertension to now be transferred to the offspring, because of the genetic locus, as the case may be. Not only that, some women, when they are pregnant, they just develop, because of hormonal influence, they develop hypertension when they are pregnant, what we call pre-eclampsia. At the point when they are pregnant, that is when they became hypertensive. It's a risk factor in developing hypertension in future, even when the woman is no longer pregnant. Not only that, not exercising. People that indulge in sedentary lifestyle, when you don't exercise, when there's obesity, accumulation of fat, these are risk factors in developing hypertension. There are people that don't sleep well. There's what we call obstructive sleep apnea. When you don't sleep well, there's tendency for somebody to develop hypertension. Then people that consume high sodium, food is a substance that increases the blood pressure. So presently, even the NAFDAC is trying to even convert most of the domestic salt use from sodium chloride to potassium chloride. There's a need for you to consume more potassium chloride than the sodium chloride, though the potassium chloride is more expensive, as the case may be. Then reduce your fatty intake. Cholesterol tend to build up in the artery. As I said earlier on, that the force of blood, against the arterial wall, when it becomes elevated. So anything that is capable of reducing the caliper or the aperture of the artery of the heart will certainly cause hypertension or cause increased or elevated blood pressure. So taking fatty food, or when there's high cholesterol in the blood that is capable of reducing the aperture, will result to hypertension. So reduce your fatty intake, take more of your saturated fat. Then not only that, there's a need for you to also do a regular body checkup. Doing a regular body checkup to identify most of the disease that is causing a secondary hypertension, and when cured, of course, it's a way of combating hypertension, like kidney related disease.
Community and support social connections, engage in group activities, sport or religious communities. Sharing experiences with trusted friends or family can significantly reduce emotional burdens. Professional help. Do not hesitate to seek therapy or counseling. Platforms like Find a Helpline Nigeria provide localized, confidential access to mental health resources and crisis hotlines.
People might not be living with hypertension, with elevated blood pressure. They move around until complication comes up. The person might just fall down when the person is going to church, or even try to give an offering, or even while in a seminar room, or even while delivering a lecture, because the hypertension itself does not manifest any symptom until when it becomes like a medical emergency with complication. Medical emergency complication means that there's already an organ damage. That is when the person, will manifest symptoms of hypertension. However, the commonest symptom of hypertension that persons might manifest include the headache. Some person might also manifest nose bleeding. Some person might manifest, breathlessness. Some person might have swelling of the foot. Some person might manifest palpitation, which is the heart beating very fast. But be that as it may, those complications will actually come up if there's already a complication. Primarily, hypertension might not manifest any symptom. It's just symptomless. That's why we say it's a silent killer. So there is a need for one to always know his or her status. The reason why you have to go to an hospital, go to a clinic, go to a pharmacy, go to any healthcare facility nearby to make sure your blood pressure is checked. The commonest cause of stroke worldwide, the commonest cause of stroke in Nigeria, the commonest cause of stroke in Benin City is hypertension, where you see somebody just fall down, at the end of the day they come down with paralysis or weakness of the face or weakness of the one part of the limb, which is stroke, is hypertension. So other than the fact that hypertension can cause stroke, hypertension can also cause coronary artery disease, which can cause, heart attack, can cause heart failure, can cause, angina pectoris, heart pain, as the case may be. Hypertension can also result to, hypertensive nephropathy. The commonest cause of kidney disease, chronic kidney disease, after infection is hypertension. You can see that hypertension can cause quite a number of organ damage in the human body. Not only that, hypertension can also cause somebody to experience blindness, what we call hypertensive retinopathy. You might just wake up and see that you are having a blurry vision, and your blurry vision might be as a result that your blood pressure is elevated and have resulted to the retinal artery getting burst, as the case may be. Not only that, somebody may also have a complication of peripheral artery disease condition, which may result to erectile dysfunction. Not only that, some persons might begin to have what we call the peripheral neuropathy, a situation whereby you begin to feel some part of your body not working well, or blood not feeling sensation or loss of sensation in that part of the body. That might just be as a result of hypertension causing that complication. Not only that, some person might also begin to suffer what we call dementia, which is cognitive dysfunction, whereby the person lost personality, lost thinking, cognition, as the case may be. All these are complications of hypertension. So you see that hypertension may sound very simple to the hearing, but the complication it may cause to any man may be the cause of death of the person. So when you are hypertensive, there are certain lifestyle modification. Overthinking certainly will cause hypertension. When we were talking about the secondary cause of hypertension, we said stress. When you are stressed because of economic difficulties, challenges, loss of job, marital problem or discord, as the case may be. So when you are overthinking, there is a way your body will not react. Your brain will react. There's what we call the adrenopituitary, reaction. So when you are overthinking, your brain tends to release an hormone, which is called the cortisol, from the pituitary adrenal cortex axis. So this cortisol that your body releases during stressful condition is to actually combat your stress. But however, the cortisol that is now released to combat the stress will now cause an increase in blood pressure. This is the pathophysiology of how somebody that is thinking, somebody that is overwhelmed with thoughts, brooding, stressful condition will become hypertensive because of the cortisol that is released. Lifestyle modification that one can employ to combat being hypertensive include do endurance exercise, ensure that you do exercise. Then you have to eat good food, eat foods that contain potassium rather than sodium. Very common food that contains potassium include avocado pear, eat potato, eat banana. These are food that can help to combat and reduce your blood pressure, as the case may be. Then not only that, reduce your alcohol intake. Excessive intake of alcohol can cause hypertension. So when you are hypertensive or you have been diagnosed to be hypertensive and you are still indulging in alcohol, there's a need for you to reduce your alcohol intake. Not only that, if you are obese, obesity is a risk factor in developing hypertension. Try and burn down your fat. Reduce your fatty food intake. Take more vegetable, take fruit, take water to burn down fat. Burning down fat, reducing fat in your body is a way of preventing hypertension. Not only that, those who smoke cigarettes, use of nicotine has been known to increase blood pressure, because the nicotine has a substance that refers to as when it is metabolized, it forms what we call the benzoyl-pyrene 7-hydroxydeoxynitroxide. All these are substances that is in nicotine or the cigar, which when it enters the system, it has a way of increasing blood pressure for somebody to become hypertensive. So when you smoke and you have been told you are not hypertensive, there's a need for you to cut down smoking. I mean, these are lifestyle modifications that one can employ in combating hypertension. And not only that, there's a need for you to always have a personal physician, have a personal doctor that will help to check your body. From the habit of checking your blood pressure once in a month, it's not difficult. Once in a month, you can go to any healthcare center, you can go to any health facility to always get your blood pressure checked and ask them if it's elevated. If it's elevated, you will be told of what to do, because hypertension is a silent killer. You must not have any symptom for you to not say, oh, it's like I have hypertension. Most often than not, people that are diagnosed with hypertension in the hospital, it is because of the fact that they already developed the complication that will make them to come to an hospital for the complaint. For the vital sign, which is the checking of the blood pressure, they will not be told eventually that it's their blood pressure that now resulted to their complication. So always check your blood pressure. Checking your blood pressure is a way of preventing hypertension. Stay healthy, stay good, and stay nice.
Once you clock 40 and above, make a habit of going for medical checkup. Whether you are sick or not, it's irrelevant. Make sure you know and manage your blood pressure to prevent a timely health challenge that can eventually lead to death. Remember to maintain a healthy lifestyle. You must avoid eating too much junk food, drinking too much alcohol, alcoholic mixture, smoking tobacco or hard drugs. Exercise frequently, and by any means look for a trusted friend, brother, sister, uncle, auntie, a pastor or an imam, a traditional practitioner when the pressure or stress is too much for you to bear. Wilson or Masha reporting.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to Market Survey, your window guide to the pulse of trade here in Benin City. Public holidays often brings change to business activities across market, as trading patterns and customer turnout differs from regular working days. Many traders open their shops hoping to make sales, but the situation in several markets appears quieter than usual, with fewer customers seen moving around. At the same time, price of food commodity continue to attract concerns among consumers, particularly gari, which remains one of the most commonly consumed staple food in many Nigerian homes. In this market survey, we examined the current price of gari and the low turnout of customers recorded during the June 12 public holiday. A visit to the market shows a relatively calm trading environment compared to the usual busy atmosphere associated with market activities. While some traders displayed their goods and attended to few available customers, others sat waiting in anticipation of buyers. Many traders attribute the low turnout to the unavailability of funds, noting that the larger number of people chose to use the small they have to buy food items in their street instead of going to the market. Some traders say many customers prefer to shop ahead of time before the holiday begins. Others explain that transportation challenges and reduced movement may also contribute due to the decline in customer turnout during holidays. Despite the low number of customers, trading activities continued in section of the market where food items and household essentials were sold. One commodity attracting tension among buyers and sellers is gari. At the foodstuffs section of the market, traders say the price of gari has continued to fluctuate depending on the type, the quality, and the quantity being purchased. According to traders, a pen bucket of gari currently sells between 2,500 to 4,000 depending on whether it is white or yellow gari and the quantity available in the market. Smaller measurements are also sold at varying prices to meet the purchasing power of different consumers. Traders explain that factors such as transportation cost, processing expenses, and supply from producing communities continue to influence the price of gari in the market. Some sellers also note that demand from gari remains high because it is affordable and widely consumed in many homes. Consumers, however, express concerns over the rising price of food items, saying the cost of living continue to affect your spending habit. Some buyers say they now purchase smaller quantity of food items in order to manage their household expenses. Others say the low turnout recorded in the market during the holiday may also be linked to the economic situation, as many people are becoming more cautious with spending. Even with the reduced customer presence, traders remain hopeful that business activities will improve after the public holiday as normal routine resumes. Beyond the concern over customer turnout and commodity prices, some traders remain optimistic that business activities will pick up in the coming days as workers return to their normal routine after the public holiday. According to them, market activities is usually slower during public holiday because many people choose to spend time with their families and friends. Some traders also say that although the low turnout affected sales, they considered it important to open their shop in anticipation of customers who might need essential items. For buyers who visited the market, the low crowded environment provided an opportunity to shop with ease and compare prices across different stores. Meanwhile, gari sellers continue to express hope that increased supply from producing communities could help stabilize prices in coming weeks. They, however, note that transportation costs and other market factors will continue to play a significant role in determining the final selling price of the commodity. Market observers say both traders and consumers are increasingly adjusting to changing economic realities by adapting new buying and selling patterns aimed at managing costs and maximizing available resources. Welcome to Market Survey. On this edition of Market Survey, currently at Olia Market here in Benin City to get to know the current price of gari. I am Stephanie Notoriua. Stay tuned.
When we say gari cheap, we don't cheap. We say 1,000. Constantly say 1,200. Now money don't hard. They don't hard money. 1,500, 1,400. If you don't sell like that, no correct. 1,300 in a mileage. We don't hard. These few periods, so I don't know whether na fuel, whether na cause some say if you not they let them go farm again. We don't know, but it don't hard money. This one I will sell since there 2,500, 2,800, 2,800, 2,500, 2,700. But now I don't they go 3,500. If you not sell at 3,300, 3,400, 3,500, you know we gain now because they don't add money. And so we see them. Now they affect now. They use oil now. Village people now they still they buy things. They not go sell their own cheap money. They can't use money they buy there. So that is just it. They buy dynamic. If something affects, as they do garden, they affect you, they will still affect the. If fuel, it will still affect the. Because now more to the carry come for village, come they sell. So now you know.
So this line, how much did they sell before?
I tell you just like say 2.5. We got it for that. We they buy 13,000, 14, 15. We they sell 2.5. Even 15, we not sell 2.5. 50. We they sell 2.5. 2.8, 2.3. But now if you not sell at 3.5, if you sell at 3,000, you not go correct. If you not sell at 3.5, 3.2, 3.4, you not go correct. So not be our fault say we dey hard join. Now as we take buy we take sell. One bag we dey carry how much before? 800, 700, 500 sell. But now we dey carry 1.2. So they carry 1.5. Come. So now inside the day. If you not sell like that, you no go see anything.
You say the price go come down for anytime soon.
We pray so now everybody pray. Now everybody pray. I may come down. This garri come down, oil come down, everything come down. Everybody go say as you take buy now. But if you go up now with the hard, not so you they carry the hard. If you take buy now, so you take sell. I'll come buy and cheap my call. I'll buy and dear my call sell and cheap. What carry me more for us? My transport now every day why they spend $1 for the car. At times 2,000, 2,3. Now till they call here. At the end what they say I know no as I'll tell sell I might say see transport. So now so go with the airports. News way just they go now so this one they bush all those people they cannot pass the they bush it affect us well. It affect us. People come carry farm for near backyard. Now they fear they let they do garri come out. Now make can they dear. Fear now they let they go village, go inside farm again. Fear. So now so make the airport so.
If you just tune in, it is Market Surveyor on Independent Television, and we're currently at Olia Market here in Benin City. And we're here to see if the public holiday is affecting sales here in the market, and also to get to know the current price of garri here in the market. Stay tuned. Pentroba.
1.2. Okay. The brown one 1,000. The cup, tomatoes cup, 700. The up one, 500.
So how much did they sell this pentroba before?
Before, where garri there, we sell at 35 now. 35. But now it don't come down.
So how much I say they buy them for bag? How much be bag?
Bag would they buy 17,000 now. Before where would they sell 35? Would they buy 60,000?
So now the thing don't cheap for market?
It don't come down past before now.
But as it cheap, so market day, people they come back?
For we, not be the market you they see so. Market not day like that, and I manage with it.
It's here, liner 3.5, rubber pants 1.5. The one where see the fellow on 1,000. Now so.
So you tell way cheap that line, how much did they sell?
And I found 2,000 naira, 1.5.
So now as garri don't dey na market dey.
Market not there. You see anybody for market? You see anybody stand for here? At all na but God go still do you. We go go.
So wetin make you say the thing they make the garri dey there?
You ask Tinubu na. Abi.
So like with the way it take like this, you know if you say go come down anytime.
It go come down. May even come down with the make it come down. Garri na mama food. If you not get oil, you not get soup. You fit put up for drink.
How the market?
We thank God.
How the market dey? So customer dey because the way everywhere you take this.
Not just there, customer not there. Things too dear. When you go market, you carry money go market. You buy money, buy market come now. You go sit down, they look market. So the thing they affect us. Not be only the market women. Everybody, because everybody they eat when they break. So everybody they suffer. So may they tell Tinubu make e reduce the price of fuel. Now the price of fuel now they make everything they go up every day. Because when we go market, they go say fuel not do. Could you imagine from here to Cocoa when we they enter 300? I go market when I say I go market, I go Cocoa market. They carry me 3,000. Then come me back, me and my load, they carry me 4-5 because I buy load. So if you just complain, you say, you know they see fuel, they see fuel too dear. So they should tell our president that they should reduce the price of fuel so that everything will come down. Now say I see I'm on my sister.
If you just tuned in, it is Market Surveyor on Independent Television, and we are currently at Olia Market here in Benin City to get to know the current price of Gari. I am Stephanie Notoriwa. Stay tuned. As activities gradually wind down from the day, traders remain hopeful that customer patronage will improve, bringing renewed business opportunities and increased sales. Findings from the market survey reveal that the low turnout of consumers in the market affecting the pace of business activities for many traders. The survey also shows that Gari prices continue to fluctuate due to factors such as transportation cost, supply, and processing expenses. As traders and consumers continue to adjust to economic realities, market activities remain influenced by both seasonal events and the changing prices of essential commodity. While traders hope for improved patronage in the days ahead, consumers remain concerned about the rising cost of essential commodity. As economic reality continues to shape buying and selling patterns, both traders and consumers are adjusting to the changing dynamics of the marketplace. The survey also underscores the importance of food commodity such as Gari, whose price continue to affect household budget and purchasing decision. For both traders and consumer, the ability to adapt to the changing market conditions remain essential as they navigate the realities of today's economy. As the market gradually returns to its usual pace following the June 12 public holiday, traders are hopeful for increased customer patronage and improved sales in the coming days. The survey further shows that the price of Gari remains a key concern for many customers, reflecting broader challenges associated with food affordability and market stability. Despite these changes, trading activities continue, demonstrating the resilience of both traders and consumers who strive to meet their daily needs amid changing economic conditions. And not to forget that, traders also point to the rising cost of fuel as one of the challenges affecting their businesses. According to them, higher fuel prices have increased transportation costs, making it more expensive to move goods from farms, warehouses, and distribution centers to the market. Some traders say they now spend more on logistics and other operational expenses, a situation they believe contributed to the rising prices of certain commodity, including Gari. Others explain that the increase in fuel prices has reduced their profit margins, forcing them to adjust prices in order to remain in business. Gari remains one of the most widely consumed food commodities in Nigeria. From rural communities to urban centers, it is regarded as an affordable staple food that cuts across social and economic classes, whether consumed as eba or soaked in water with sugar and groundnut, milk, or other accompaniment. Gari continue to play an important role in the diet of millions of Nigeria. However, in recent times, consumers and traders alike have expressed concerns over fluctuation in price of the commodity. What was once considered one of the cheapest and most affordable food items is now attracting increasing attention due to changes in the market. Different varieties of Gari are available in the market. According to traders, prices often vary depending on quality, processing method, quantity, and place of origin.
origin. Market observation indicated that the cost of Gari differs from one seller to another. While some traders attribute the increase to supplier pricing, others say factors such as storage expenses and market demand also play a role. Beyond transportation, traders also point to processing costs as a contributing factor. Gari production involves several stages, including harvesting cassava, peeling, washing, grating, fermenting, sieving, frying and packaging, and transportation. Each stage attracts costs that eventually influence the market price of the finished product. According to some traders, increase in labor cost and the price of processing materials have also affected the commodity. As stakeholders across the food supply chain seek ways to improve production and distribution, the hope remains that greater efficiency and reduced operational costs will contribute to more stable prices and improve access to essential food commodity. Gari may be a simple food item, but its price tells a larger story about production, transportation, trade, and everyday experience of millions of Nigerians.
We've come to the end of today's edition on Market Survey, and due to the survey we've come to realize that the price of Gari is a bit on the high side, and the effect of that is due to the hike in transportation, and also being that today is public holiday, the market is a bit scanty. And that's it for today's edition of Market Survey. I am Stephanie Notoriuwa. Thank you so much.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalokpolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
Thanks for joining us on the program Environment Watch on Independent Television. On the show, we'll be bringing you some of the exciting stories in the world of environment. Remember, the objective is to help you to be environmentally conscious so you can take action in protecting, preserving, and conserving the environment. I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Welcome on board. Let's get started. Some farmers in the country have profiled workable solutions to address Nigeria's growing post-harvest losses estimated at $10 billion annually. The farmers profiled solutions in separate interviews in Lagos. Nigeria loses an estimated 30% to 50% of its total annual agricultural output to post-harvest waste. The losses estimated at approximately 3.5 trillion naira annually and roughly at $3.7 billion to $10 billion are majorly driven by poor storage, inefficient transportation, and limited processing capacity. The most affected post-harvest loss crops include and are not limited to fruits, vegetables, and tubers. An agricultural analyst and crop farmer, Mr. Omotunde Banjoko, identified bad roads, multiple taxations, and poor storage facilities as the major causes of Nigeria's post-harvest losses index. The Lagos State House of Assembly has concluded its investigation into demolitions in 3 waterfront communities with affected residents presenting different demands. Chairman of the House Ad Hoc Committee, Mr. Nohim Adams, disclosed this during a stakeholders meeting with representatives of the affected communities in Lagos. The affected communities are Makoko, Shogunro, and Akwa-Agbon. Adams, who is also the majority leader, said the committee will submit its findings and the committee's positions to the Speaker and the 40-member Assembly. He expressed concerns over the shifting positions of community representatives during the discussions. Adams recalled that the communities had initially agreed to compensation but later changed their stance, describing the development as a setback in reconciliation efforts. At the committee's final meeting on Thursday, representatives of the 3 communities presented different views on compensation and relocation for displaced residents. The Alashe of Egun community in Makoko, Francis Agoyon, said affected residents should be permanently relocated rather than compensated. Similarly, the Baale of Makoko, Chief Emmanuel Shemade, said residents preferred relocation to financial compensation. However, he urged the government to clearly state where displaced residents will be relocated and define the demolition boundaries in Makoko, Shogunro, and Akwa-Agbon. In contrast, Shogunro representative Mr. Bola Ayande said the community preferred financial compensation. Ayande suggested that each affected resident should receive about 10 million naira, noting that an average bamboo house in the area costs between 4 million naira to 5 million naira. Adeja Jamare River Basin Development Authority has restarted construction of the Kafin Zaki Dam project in Ningi local government area of Bauchi State, abandoned for over 40 years. The authority's managing director, Rabiu Bichi, dropped the hint during an interview in Kano shortly after the inspection of the project. Bichi said that the project, initiated under Ibrahim Babangida military regime, was halted shortly after commencement. He said the authority was reviewing the project in partnership with the Bauchi state government. Bichi said that compensation was paid to affected farmers 40 years ago, but its abandonment led to resettlement issues. He explained that efforts were underway to relocate residents and provide alternative settlements. The dam's completion is expected to boost irrigation, water supply, and agriculture in Bauchi State and beyond. It is seen as a key to unlocking agricultural potential and addressing water management challenges in northeastern Nigeria. Led by researchers at Columbia University and Woods Hole Oceanography Institution, WHOI, identifies a diverse set of molecules released by marine phytoplankton that fuel microbial life and help drive Earth's carbon cycle. While scientists know that carbon is moved through an invisible network of phytoplankton and other microbes in the surface ocean. The specific compounds have long been a mystery. These compounds are small, chemically difficult to detect in salty seawater, and are rapidly consumed by other organisms almost as soon as they are produced. Phytoplankton, a type of microscopic organism, take in carbon dioxide, CO2, and convert it into organic carbon through photosynthesis like plants. Each year, this process moves many tens of billions of tons of carbon through the sunlight surface ocean and contributes to the oxygen in the air we breathe. These massive neutral carbon flows highlight the central role the surface ocean plays in regulating Earth's carbon cycle. It consumes millions of homes worth of electricity each year, with much of that electricity simply powering the cooling systems that keep the facilities operational. Researchers at Penn State are addressing this inefficiency by using artificial intelligence AI to dynamically adjust data centers' power usage to peak when the weather is favorable and electricity is affordable. The term developed software powered by a new physics-based AI learning model that analyzes real-time climate and economic data to optimize data center cooling. The software works by simulating a virtual data center that serves as a training space for an AI agent, a system that can make highly complex decisions and learn over time. A trained agent can provide cooling recommendations personalized for the climate and economic market of a data center, specifically optimized for a facility's location. The new approach is detailed in a paper accepted and set to be presented by the researchers at the IEEEI ITHM conference in May later this year. To Environment Watch on independent television, where we'll bring you some of the exciting stories in the world of environment. We'll take a short break, more stories when we return. Please stay. Thanks for rejoining us on the program Environment Watch on independent television. Let's move on. For the first time, scientists have used ultraviolet UV light, a low-cost and readily available energy source, to successfully synthesize more sustainable and recyclable polymer materials. Led by green chemistry experts at Flinders University and just published in the High Impact Journal of the American Chemical Society, the development is a major step in making polymers high in sulfur content for more sustainable plastic alternatives using waste materials. Over the past decade, the Flinders University team has shown these highly flexible sulfur-rich polymers can be used in a wide range of high-value applications, from heavy metal land and water remediation, as well as optics for infrared imaging and even novel antimicrobial agents. The latest research promises to make them even more adaptable and affordable. IT researchers uncovered the roles of bacterial species from the environment as they consume biodegradable plastic. Biodegradable plastic could help alleviate the plastic waste crisis that is polluting the environment and harming our health. But how plastics take to degrade and how environmental bacteria work together to break them down is still largely unknown. Understanding how plastics are broken down by microbes could help scientists create more sustainable materials and even new microbial recycling systems that convert plastic waste into useful materials. Now, MIT researchers have taken an important first step towards understanding how bacteria work together to break down plastics. In a new paper, the researchers uncovered the role of individual ocean bacteria in the breakdown of a widely used biodegradable plastic. They also showed the complementary processes microbes use to fully consume the plastic, with one microbe cleaving the plastic into its component chemicals and others consuming each chemical. Wildfires can inject millions of tons of gases and aerosol particles into the air, affecting temperatures on a global scale. But picking out the specific impact of individual events against a background of many contributing factors is like listening for one's voice from across a crowded concourse. MIT scientists now have a way to quiet the noise and identify the specific signal of wildfires and volcanic eruptions, including their effects on Earth's global atmospheric temperatures. In a study appearing this week in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, the researchers report that detected statistically significant changes in global atmospheric temperatures in response to 3 major natural events: the eruption of Mount Pinatubo in 1991, the Australian wildfires in 2019 to 2020, and the eruption of the underwater volcano Hunga Tonga in South Pacific in 2022. Stanford-led research traces a direct line from extreme weather to a massive dengue outbreak in Peru. The findings serve as a warning and the seed of a possible solution. Diseases historically absent from the United States have been showing up in Florida, Texas, California, and other U.S. states in recent years. To understand why, look to Peru. That's where researchers from Stanford and other institutions analyzed the connection between a cyclone and a massive outbreak of dengue fever, a mosquito-borne viral disease that can cause fever, rash, and life-threatening symptoms like hemorrhage and shock. The findings, published March 17 in One Earth, reveal that warmer, wetter weather linked to climate change is making disease epidemics more likely. Program Environment Watch on ITV for this week. Be sure to join us same time, same station next week on the fresh episode of the program. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, thanking you for staying with us. Have a great week ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
Omonoba Nedo Ukwakwalokpolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewa II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps. This is Akwa Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of famine. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV